Did I turn my camera on? Boys! Hi. Success. Mission complete. Mission accomplished. We're up tremendous. Moin. Hey ho. Hoofsy coming in during the starting suit, making sure Nin does not get fucked over with the ads. Hair all messed up. Brother, it's been a day. I'm gonna tell you about my day and you're gonna think it's a fucking superhero movie. I'll be completely honest. I'll walk you guys through it. We're gonna preface this by saying I stopped a moving car that could have potentially hit my family and my vehicle with my bare hands, and that's not an exaggeration.
He was so cool and so strong.
I don't know if you guys just heard Carla come into the room, but this is no exaggeration. I stopped a moving car in the Walmart parking lot that was going to hit my car and my, like, family and Carla with my bare hands. Granted, the car was empty and in neutral, and the driver forgot to put it in park. Well, we'll get into that in a second. Bro, I swear to God, if we came out of Walmart 10 seconds later, the back of my car would have got fucking kaplowied in like a low-speed collision. Like, anyways. Whoopsie, thank you for the T3. I appreciate you. Nin got the blue banana off that, right? We got Leon sniping the first in chat today. Toast, what up, my friend? How are you doing today? Pays to be 6 feet. I'm 6'5". And that's without shoes. But as of right now, I got these clunky hiking boots on because I got hiking boots today because it came to our attention that despite being absolutely fucking drippy, drip doesn't get you through Iceland in a waterproof fashion. So we got hiking boots today. Gary Mustang, thank you for the 7-day streak, dude. I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well today, my friend. What you getting up to? So, what story do you guys want first? Do you guys want to start stream with how I stopped a moving car with my bare hands, or do you want the story of buying cheese out of a random man's vehicle in a store parking lot after sampling the cheese that he broke off with his bare hands from a larger block of cheese? And let me tell you that cheese was good. Car first. Okay. Okay. So, his name was the Shrimp Pimp. Well, spoilers. God. What the hell? So, the car. Wait. So, Fed Derek joined Polar last night during the siege. I think it was an accident, but it's still hilarious. Wait. No shot. Like, he got an invite to Polar and then, like, accepted the invite accidentally? Oh no. Well, that's not good. Fed's down horrendous with that. Wait, so why was he not in Fed? What the hell? How did that happen in the first place? A screenshot and metal clip to proof. My God. Okay. So, the car. As you guys know, yo, what up, Atlantis? How long are servers down for? They'll be up Thursday at 1 p.m. EST-ish. So they're down today and tomorrow, and they'll continue that 2-day downtime until August 4th when P3 comes in. So, yo, what up, Sale? How you doing, my friend? Why 2.5 wouldn't be useful anymore? Ooh, we'll get into that too. Excuse me, we'll get into that as well. Yeah, there's a lot to discuss today. There was also, if real, some of the craziest bombshell information regarding RMTing in known communities that has come out in the Ashes playtesting environment so far. Boys, let me tell you, today was a fucking eventful one. I have no idea why, but I was just, and it wasn't even anything that was like bad eventful for me. It was an eventful ass day. It's my parents' 30th anniversary. It's Bitter Galaxy's birthday today. Unrelated to my parents' anniversary. It's a crazy fucking day. It was a crazy day, but Carla and I went to see my parents, hung out with them, got some food, all that stuff. So, essentially, we started our day going to a place in Maine called Martin's. And Martin's is like a surplus and salvage place. And what they do is essentially get me and Doug. No, Doug owns the house that I live in. We're just really good friends. Carla and I, yes. My parents and I know they're married. I stay out of their stuff. But yeah, Carla and I, yes. Me and Doug, no. Although I have said on record that I would make out with Doug if it saved us a few $100s on a couple's golf membership. And I've told him to consider that if he ever does want to go the membership route so we can play a lot more golf. So yeah, that's basically on record. I'd make out with pretty much any of my friends to save a few $100 on a golf membership. That's in terms of like the making out and the time that you would have to do it to convince the clubhouse attendant that you were actually a couple. That would probably be dollars per hour savings, way more than I make streaming. So I think that'd be a worthwhile thing. Technically, I'd be making out and making more money than I would be here. So no island boys, but I'd totally make out with one of my best friends to save a few $100 on a golf membership. You and me both? Toast, where are you trying to golf, buddy? I mean, like, because if you consider it, like, the money we would save on a membership, we could meet in the middle somewhere, and the commute would balance it out.
Apes together.
Hey, Elf.
Strong.
Thank you for the primer. I appreciate you. Hello. What up, my friend? How you doing today? I hope you're having a beautiful one. It's, dude, you're getting in for some good story time today. But that was his brother. That was his twin. So was he making out with his brother or was he making out with himself? I think that's the big thing. Mrs. Doubtfire. He also got that like Always Sunny in Philadelphia 1776 hello ass. Yeah. Working with AI stuff. Hey yo, wait. Okay, that sounds fun as shit. So when AI first started getting big, I heard a lot of like job openings that started up for like AI engineers. And essentially what I was told was that you refine prompts in AI and essentially teach AI through entering various prompts and getting it to refine itself. And I know that's only one role of AI, like work in general, but like that sounds like a fun ass job. You just be like yapping to AI all day and trying to get it to say funny shit. And honestly, I feel like at that point, the AI could almost kind of reflect the personality of the user that was training the AI model, so to say. So that's kind of a cool thing. That's really one thing I've always thought about AI is like, if AI is trained by AI engineers, is the personality of the AI engineer reflected in the AI itself because the prompts of the AI engineer leading the AI to engage in conversation that it learns off of in a certain manner. I also smoked a bowl before stream. So we don't want to get too far into this or we'll never get to the story of how I stopped a car with my bare hands. Training AI every day by driving, does that count? Hoofsy, honestly, and I think you should keep making your AI work as hard as possible because like, if you don't sleep with sunglasses on and then another pair of glasses and googly eyes in between the two glasses while you drive to train the AI to recognize when that's happening, how are they going to solve it? They won't. And I genuinely think you could probably just trick all of the facial recognition by using sunglasses and googly eyes and another set of sunglasses. I feel guilty if I disengage and drive myself. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I feel like you should absolutely just continue relaxing, King. Like, you are helping the future of AI, which is helping the future of everyone. And right now, you know, us poorers, we can't really afford the AI stuff. My Civic can drive itself for a little bit on the highway, and then it says steering required. That's like for like 20 seconds. It's a vibe. But someday, my AI will be great. First robotaxis appeared on the streets of Austin today. Wait, are they LiDAR? Wait a minute. Wait, tell me it's LiDAR because my portfolio's down tremendous. Oh wait, is it like the Tesla robotaxi? Wait, so how does that... So say you had your Tesla signed up for robotaxi. Would someone be able to... Yeah. I saw once it was Tesla, so I was like, oh no LiDAR, I'm still poor. But like, say you signed your Tesla up to be a robotaxi or whatever, just hypothetically. Could someone just summon your Tesla and like you get in, I don't know, say you have to take a shit, but you get into the bathroom and realize that you have no toilet paper and all of your fans are out right now, so you can't air dry the poo butt. And like, you've got to drive to the store real quick before you take a dump and you've got to get toilet paper. But you run out, cheek squeezed, and you're like, where's my Tesla? And you check your app and it's out picking up some poor person. Like, could you summon it to like ejecto seat the poor person and then come back to you? Or would you have to like, kind of like, I don't know, like cheeks together, walk like this to the store? Like, would that, I feel like that might be a fate that you suffer someday. You can make your Tesla an Uber, I think. First public testing of it started today, but eventually, yes. Yeah, so like, what happens? Could I order your Tesla specifically to come up to Maine just to like fuck with you? Like, is it ordering like a Tesla in my area, or could I specifically order your fucking Tesla and just keep you without a car for like a week? I'll just order it and I'll have it take me like next door and then drive it back, because it would have to stop and charge itself. That's a remain to be seen thing. Yeah, because like, how would it charge itself? Unless you had poor people at all the charging stations that were responsible with charging the autonomous taxis. I'm sure you could set a service area. Yeah, and you just have a poor person do it for you. That's crazy. So like, is owning a Tesla just going to eventually be an AFK auto clicker? Where like, you use one Tesla to autonomously get enough money for another Tesla, and then you use those 2 Teslas to buy 4 Teslas, and then you have to buy your own poor people to maintain your Teslas by washing the fleet, servicing the fleet, charging the fleet. It'll navigate itself to a charging station. Yeah, but it's not like a Logitech mouse. It's not like it just sits in a parking spot and charges from the ground up. Like, you would need someone to actually insert the charger to the Tessie, and that would be a poor, right? Like one of the peasants. Fuck you, pal, I need my car. Hey, yo, flanker. What up, go? Holding down the morning. I hope you had a beautiful stream, brother. Somebody's got to stay in this directory, and a couple of us are crazy enough to do it, dog. I hope you had some beautiful discussions today. Did I see you watching a copium clinic video at one point? It's my parents' anniversary, so I was chilling with them today, but I snuck in a couple times to see what was good, because I actually saw someone in the directory, and I was happy it was you. So I appreciate the raid, brother. I hope everything was chill today. Yo, Ascalon, hope you're having a beautiful day. Will the servers be online? Servers will be online again Thursday. So they're down today and tomorrow. And right now we're talking about, apparently, the first robo-taxis. Is this lyrical? I think this is lyrical. It is. So basically the first Tesla robo-taxis were in Austin or one of those Texas places today. And so we were talking about, because Hoofsy has a Tesla. So we're talking about how the inevitable scenario would happen that if Tesla went, or sorry, if Tesla like publicly brought up robotaxis and Hoofsy's Tesla got ordered as a robotaxi and left his driveway and got summoned, right? Right? Tesla robotaxi as a service, not specifically Tesla or a specific model. Yeah, so if somebody ordered your Tesla robotaxi and like, say Hoofsy had to shit but realized he didn't have any toilet paper in the house, and he walked out into his driveway to get into his Tesla, and his Tesla was just gone because somebody had ordered it as a fucking taxi, what would his options be? Because essentially it breaks down to clench cheeks and walk to nearest store, and the other option is eject the poor person out of your Tesla via ejecto seat, replace the seat, get the Tesla back, drive to the store, get your toilet paper. And I guess there is always a third option, as Hoofsy said, socks. Socks just tend to be the rich man's toilet paper. Why would you use paper when you could use, well, a cotton polyester blend? So now play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Hello Kitty Island Adventure fucking slaps. Wait. Yeah, Hello Kitty Island Adventure goes fucking crazy. I have the collector's edition. Genuinely, if this game had a combat system in any way, shape, or form, even if it was like fighting butterflies with a fucking pool noodle, I probably would have put a couple 100 hours into this by now. It's a really fucking good game. There's a reason I didn't refund it on Steam. I'll be completely honest. Like, Hello Kitty Island Adventure is really fucking fun. And I know that might sound crazy, but this shit's good. Also, Merc, hi. So, I did take a breath today. I went shopping today. It's my parents' 30th anniversary today. So essentially, Corla and I went out, hung out with my parents for a bit, went shopping, did all that, got stuff for our Iceland trip because in 2 days, I'm in Iceland. We've got today, and then we've got tomorrow. Thursday, we're leaving early for the airport. Getting there early because it's an international flight. We're meeting up with a bunch of other people and getting baggage organized and going from there. So, it's going to be a clusterfuck the next couple of days. And when servers come back up, I'm not going to be able to just like instantaneously hop on. Now, we will have daily streams out in Iceland. That's going to be a normal thing. But what I learned was when I was in Vegas for a weekend, I really missed my Herman Miller. I slept on how comfortable this joint really fucking is to just sit on for 10 hours a day. And I got this shit for a couple $100 on Facebook Marketplace. It was like $300. This has been a blessing to my ass cheeks. Just being completely honest. And that was one weekend. We're doing 2 weeks in Iceland. Hiking across the country, driving across the country, off-roading across the country to a shitload of different spots. And no, I wasn't in the cuck chair for the streams. I was in a kitchen chair for the streams. I was in a cuck chair to watch the airplanes landing and taking off because the cuck chair had a good view out the window of the airport. So I turned the cuck chair away from the bed because nothing exciting was going on. And basically, I kicked my feet up on the window and I was watching airplanes taking off and coming down from the cuck chair. Yes, that was the hotel setup. I was streaming from the kitchen table and in a kitchen chair. And then the cuck chair was for watching airplanes. Anyways. So we're going to be going all the way across Iceland. Pretty much doing everything. It's going to be wonderful. Did you even watch my propaganda? No, I was saving it for the content today. What the fuck? Why would I do it early and spoil it off stream? So, yes, it was Carlos' first time meeting my parents, by the way. So essentially, you denied yourself the comfort of the cuck chair to be stubborn and hard-assed. No, because streaming from the cuck chair wouldn't have been viable. There wasn't anything at good level to set up the stream in the cuck chair. So, like, the cuck chair would have been more comfortable for the stream, but the setup was more viable on the kitchen table because the kitchen table was higher than the cuck chair. The cuck chair was, like, low to the ground. Okay, you guys are distracting this. Anyways. Hi, Chile. So, we're going to be going all the way across Iceland. Back and forth. Lucy! Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Chili, no ads for you. Lucy's got you with the sparkly banana, the big T3. My God, my God. Thogly, hail. How are you, High Thane, sir? So we're going to be going all around Iceland, driving, stuff like that. 5 days a week, you guys will be getting Ash's streams. Para, hail. 5 days a week, Ash's streams with various scenic backdrops. That is not just like this as a whole. So, essentially, beautiful Iceland streams, beautiful Ashes streams, and then downtime days. Instead of me sitting here on my ass, we're going to be having the IRL backpack strapped up. We're going to be walking through Iceland, doing hikes and stuff like that. You guys will come with us for all of that. It'll be an absolutely beautiful time. So that's going to be the next 2 weeks. And then once we come home, we're here until TwitchCon. TwitchCon is in October. And TwitchCon, if you guys are West Coast or if you're not on the West Coast and you want to come out to TwitchCon, please fucking do. It's going to be an absolute blast. Is Carlo going on stream during that time? Probably not. Carlo likes being behind the camera much more than being like in front of the camera. So yeah, I wouldn't expect to like see Carlo on stream anytime soon unless like somebody trips and falls with the camera and it happens to like sideswipe her face or something. But yeah, some of the people on the like in the Iceland trip, everyone's chill with streaming and stuff, but not everybody's very like internet put their face out there to a bunch of people that they don't really know IRL. And I completely understand that that's not a thing for everybody. I mean, people come in here and roast the way that I look, and by no means like a fucking troll. And not that anybody in that group is a troll, but I understand why people are very hesitant to put their faces online, especially to groups of people that they don't understand. So yeah, I mean, at some point, Carlo may, but I definitely think it'd be probably, I don't know, just more of a long-term thing. Now, she has shown a hand before. So she does exist. She does exist. I can also vouch, she does exist. She goes to a different school. You guys just haven't met her yet. But yeah, no, that's a big daunting thing for a lot of people. And so like, and it's not like I'm a massive streamer or anything like that to the point where there are thousands of people showing up to every stream. But there are definitely enough people where it's like, oh shit, that's a few people, Dusty. And like, I get that. I get that. It definitely makes sense. Where / what is this RMT news? Hi. Thank you, sir. Head pats confirmed. They were a little firm, I'm not gonna lie. She was trying to make sure that she didn't show like more than an arm and then kind of like just slapped the top of my head a couple times. Carla, did you steal my water bottle by chance, love? Did you steal my fucking water bottle? I'm pretty sure I saw you drinking from my gray water bottle earlier. Do you have another location of that? I went to look over so I could hydrate. There's no water bottle. Dunehold may be storming your stream. Hail to the Dunehold! The finest Duneer in the lands. I look forward to being with you guys in P3 and beyond, man. Hopefully we find ourselves in the same area. I know Zombie made an appearance one night when I was in slumber. And I was happy to hear that the cats could come out and help out. And I hope that I'm out there too, man. It looked like a fucking blast. And it was also hilarious because a lot of our people also play Duneer right now. And so just seeing a shitload of Duneer running around PvPing and then seeing Zombie just like the one adult among the bunch was fucking hilarious. It was so ungodly good. So ungodly good. Okay. So we had started the story and somehow, you guys will never believe this, got distracted mid-story and now we're here. We were talking about the chair in the hotel. We were talking about a lot of things. And so essentially, my day today, it was my parents' 30th anniversary. So Carla and I went to hang out with them a bit. We went shopping and our first stop was a local place. It's like a surplus and salvage place. So they get like buyouts of normal stores, inventories and stuff like that. And they resell it for very cheap, typically less than half price. So we started out there and I don't want to get into too much because chat requested the second story first, the Walmart story, because I've had a fucking eventful day, chat. None of this is made up, by the way. I have like verified vouches for all of this. Like there were police involved in this one. So basically, we go to Walmart after we had hit the surplus and salvage place, because the surplus and salvage place is more of a you never know what you're gonna find. So they do buyouts of different stores' inventories when they need to get rid of them for whatever reason, selling off inventory, the fire, and their smoke damage, whatever it may be. So we're going on our Iceland trip. We're leaving in 2 days. And basically, we hit the surplus and salvage and found a few things there. It was pretty solid. And then we go to Walmart. And Walmart was to get the rest of the things that we weren't able to find at the surplus and salvage place. So essentially, we're coming out of Walmart and we had a cart of stuff and we had spent a lot of time in Walmart. I'm not even gonna lie. We looked at things from camping stuff to my parents went on a random quest for fucking suction cups for my dad's light bar for his truck. Like, it was a very weird and like out there Walmart trip that had us in the store for a while. So we're going through and my parents are like, you want to use self-checkout or normal checkout? And we're rocking self-checkout. We go through, we got everything taken care of. We're bringing it out to the vehicle. And as we're loading things into the vehicle and we're just kind of chilling there, my entire family has their back turned because they're looking at my vehicle while I'm loading things in and I'm looking back out towards the parking lot. Oh, thank you so much, love. Wow. Crazy how that happens. My water bottle smells like girl now. So I'm looking out towards the parking lot and a car starts rolling out of its parking spot. It's like my car's here, then it's the aisle that people drive down, and then on the other side, a car starts rolling forward out of its parking spot towards my family and my car and shit, right? And it's just kind of rolling. It's nothing crazy. It's going like a few miles an hour, right? And I legitimately couldn't think of what else to do because at this point it was over halfway across the aisle, like about to basically bop my dad who had his back turned. And then it was going to hit my car after my dad. And my dad's old anyways, but like I just paid off my car. I'm not trying to fucking have that happen. And so I didn't even have time to like say anything. Yo, dinner time. Hope you're having a beautiful night. I didn't even have time to really like say anything. And I just like step out. And I swear to God, this is the closest I've ever felt to strong or a superhero. Because like I'm 6'5", 190, right? But I'm built like this. I'm built like a fucking streamer. I played basketball in college and I barely lift anymore. So I step out and I'm like, well, I got to try to slow it down a little bit at least. And I put my hands on the car and then I just start pushing back and I shit you not, I started moving the car backwards, dog. I like absorbed the car's like slow speed and then started pushing this bitch back up the little bit of a hill that was like the gradient of the parking lot. And I'm like just moving this car back real quick, pushing it back into the parking spot. And there was a cop that was outside of the Walmart itself that was making sure that people weren't being hoodlums. And my mom's like, should I like go get the cop? And I was like, yeah, probably. And so my dad and I got the car stopped and was pushing it back a little bit. And I was just looking at my dad like, what the fuck? Because there's nobody in the car. Like, we realized as it was coming out because I thought it was pulling out of its parking spot, like at the start of it. And then I looked and there's nobody in that car. And I'm like, there's nobody in that car. And that's when I like walk forward. I put my hands on the fucking car and start just like pushing this bitch back. And I get it pushed back a little bit. And my dad's like, okay, we need to get it like back into the parking spot at least. And the car was unlocked, but we weren't about to like get up in this person's fucking car. And so we push it back into the parking spot. And Carla, me, and my dad are now sitting on the hood of this car while it's in the parking spot so it doesn't fucking roll forward anymore. The cop comes down, and keep in mind, my mom walked from the parking lot back up to the front of the store to get the cop. The cop comes down in their vehicle and didn't offer my mom a ride. Made my mom walk, by the way, on their 30th anniversary. And so the cop comes down. My mom's walking, following the cop in the cop's car. The cop gets out, and he's like, well, what the fuck? And we're like, yeah, we're saying the same thing. It just started rolling forward. And the cop goes, is the door unlocked? And I go, yeah, but I wasn't trying to get in this dude's shit. Like, I kind of stopped the car and then went from there. And so the cop goes in and like just pulls the parking brake real quick. And so he's like, okay, I'm going to like get the driver's information and, you know, get in contact with them and give them a stern talking to. And so basically he's not legally allowed to let people in the car unless he's detaining him. And then I'll just have my mom like punch him in the face next time or something. I don't know. Like, hey, can you come down here and check this out real quick? Also, Bop, can I have a ride? Free ride. Anyways, he was a nice guy. Younger cop, about 5'6" with boots. So basically, he pulls the e-brake and shit. And so he's like, I'm gonna get the driver's information, contact them, and give them a stern talking to, like, basically, you know, go through it with them. And we're like, all right, dope. It's under control. We're getting ready to leave. And this dude comes out of Walmart and sees us standing around his car and the cop car there and goes, huh, is it rolling again? And my dad looks at him like he wants to fucking Hadouken this man into the shadow realm right now. And my dad's like, yeah, it's fucking rolling. You didn't turn your parking brake on and you didn't put it in park. And he's like, well, thanks, guys. And I'm like, brother, your car just almost hit my family and my car. And he's like, oh, well, thanks for stopping it. And like, he's like in fucking shock, just like laughing. Doesn't even like apologize or anything. I think he's on fucking galaxy gas or something. The cop who said that he was going to give this person a stern talking to just goes, is this your car? You're the owner? And the guy's like, yeah. And he's like, all right, cool. And then gets in his car and drives the fuck off. So we all just get in our cars and fucking leave. And everything just resolves. But I swear to fucking Christ, during this entire day, I did not expect to be stopping a fucking sedan with my bare hands. But apparently that's something I'm capable of now. I don't know if I can do it twice, but like, I got the jump on it. I rolled high on the initiative check. I had a proper athletic stance. Like, I swear to God, I felt like I hit such a proper, like, squat and like 1 foot back to absorb the impact. I thought I was gonna get run over. I'll be completely honest. Like, I thought that my arms were gonna crumble. I thought that shit was gonna keep coming forward, and I was like, might as well try. Like, my goal was to push it a little bit, and if it kept coming forward, to just let it hit my car. But I felt it slowing down, and I was like, am I winning? Am I winning this fight? You go kick that guy. Bro, that guy was clueless. And apparently it happened again. Can't go. Hi. Hope you're having a good night. Context on the title. Phase 2.5 servers, or well, server is fucked. I'll be honest. P2.5 is completely borked right now. And long story short, we'll get more into this later, but the summary of why I'm wondering if it's even useful or if they should just wipe it and have the player base that wants to be here is because so much of the early economy was fucked. And so much of the early economy is what's going to be addressed with the econ changes that they have coming in 3 weeks. And if everybody is already past that introductory progression, introductory crafting, gathering, whatever you may have, that introductory set of materials is not going to actually get tested in a thorough manner, right? And so I've been of the theory lately that it would actually be more beneficial to wipe the server in between now and August 4th, or at least when they have those introductory materials come in, to get feedback on those specifically, and that server progression specifically in like a sped up server where all XP gain is plus 50% or something like that, right? Faster progression, but meant to be, you know, everybody gains faster. And essentially do it in like a hyperbolic time chamber. Now, that may give skewed info or whatever it may be, but I feel like we are getting no info from the server as it currently exists. Outside of people actually, you know, hitting people and finding active bugs, I feel like once the econ changes are in, we're also going to have to actively test those econ changes. And if a lot of those econ changes are focused on early gathering, refining, and crafting, I'm almost in the favor of that. Wipe gear, items, and mats, and nodes, but leave people their character levels just butt naked. I like that. I like that. I think that's a great comp. Yeah, that could also be very good. Wipe gear, items, and mats, and nodes, but leave people their character levels just butt naked. Yeah. Yeah. Kark, I think that's a good comp. I think that would be very nice, if I'm being completely honest. Kind of like they wanted to do on the merge, except also wipe storages, gear, money, all of that. Just have everybody kind of like 25 with nothing at the start. That'd be painful to be 25 with no gear. It would be. Yes. It absolutely would be. But that would also encourage people if they were like, if they were essentially like, hey, we want this to be an emphasis on you gathering early introductory materials and crafting as nodes allow. I almost feel like that would be conducive to that in the most complete sense. I don't know. I hate this guy spent 60 plus hours grinding for. I mean, it's going away anyways. I'll be completely honest. If anybody is playing the alpha with the intent of, I'm keeping my progression. I played this many hours for my gear, for my level, for my econ, for my this, for my that. I think that that's going to be a mentality that always leads to a little bit of sadness in the alpha when everything is inevitably cooked anyways. And so I don't necessarily think like the X amount of hours spent grinding for gear really matters when it's all the long term that we're playing for right now. Like, we're playing for playtesting, not for progression, very simply put. And the progression that we're allowed through the current state of the game is simply just a bonus of playtesting. And I think that a lot of people kind of like, because of how complete the base gameplay loop may feel. What up? You saved the cat? Wait, hold on. Oh, so the cat's perfectly fine. Oh. Oh, okay. Easy peasy. All right. Well, that makes sense why he's just chilling. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool. W. Okay, W. Sorry, we're talking about our community cat that we have. It's an outdoor cat that we're not convinced is like a stray, but also not a like an indoor cat, right? So it's like an outdoor cat, but it spends a majority of its time outside at our house and has been like chilling under our porch the last few days. So we're like, do we kidnap this cat? I think it'd be nice, but it might be hard to test the balance of any gear stat changes through the leveling process as well. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. And that's almost why I am a proponent of just kind of like a full wipe. I think if things go in untested for the start of P3, everyone's hyped up about the P3 launch because it's supposed to be a server that lasts at least a year. That's going to be, in an ideal standpoint, a server that doesn't need a ton of wipes. And if changes econ-wise are not thoroughly tested, if changes econ-wise do not get the layers to their implementation that are required for success, then I feel like we may find ourselves in a very similar spot in P3 that we found ourselves to here, where it's like, oh, okay, I see the direction you guys are going with the econ, but this isn't quite it. And it needs another round of refinement, but by the time that round of refinement hits, the econ's already cooked. And once the econ's cooked, you can't really uncook the economy, short of taking away everything that everybody has. Because some people have raw gold, some people have assets, some people have gear, some people have materials, some people have this, that, the other. So just genuinely, I kind of worry. Econ's kind of directly linked to leveling process too. Yeah, econ is deep as fuck. I agree. I think econ is incredibly hard. Maybe roll back to before the first speed hacks showed up. Well, wouldn't that just be wiping the server anyways? Test the rollback mechanic? Well, I'm pretty sure speed hacks showed up very early, right? Because they showed up early and then were also just like detected later on. But just wipe was the problem? Yeah, like genuinely, I do feel like player pop is already low. And in the current state of the playtest, people are only going to continue to atrophy because the server is not in a good state. The server's not in a, like, it's not populated. It's not going crazy. It's not, from our perspective, it's kind of in a lull. And like Dinner Time said, only thing to consider is, yeah, it may sound good, but it was 100% have an effect of having more people not return / not play during this phase. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And the pop is definitely struggling comparatively to what they wanted it to be. But again, for playtesting, pop isn't necessarily the emphasis. They don't need a 10,000 concurrent player base to test things. Now, they do need some people to test things, right? But I do think that a lot of people right now, because of the state of the server, of the playtest, of everything, I do think that a lot of people are kind of waiting because of how bad the server is and how bad it feels to acquire gear, how bad it feels to do a lot of things. Just genuinely. I think a lot of our player atrophy is because of the ongoing econ problems that we've had. And I think that for players who can't go out and farm all of the bis and try to farm the econ for it, it's such an ungodly route to try to farm the hundreds of gold for one single piece of gear. And it's actually that much. Like, Boots of the Tardy are going for hundreds of gold as soon as you find a pair. People pay 300-400 for those bitches, like, easily. And I think that that is, in my opinion, a lot of the largest thing. There should be the dichotomy to a certain extent of your farmers and your purchasers. And right now, your farmers are farming drops at a very, 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 very unrewarding clip. And that's fine. Drop rates from named mobs can be low. That's fine. But that gameplay loop in and of itself is not very fun right now either, because it's sitting there on a 15, 20, or 60-minute timer and auto-attacking until the mob spawns, trying to get the tag on the mob and then going about it that route. And that's how most named items are being farmed. And then you're hoping for, I don't know, probably like a 3% drop rate. And if you hit that, then you're probably selling it to somebody that has either had very good luck with drops, or some people got their funds from other ways. And you never really know who you're selling to. And it's fucking the entire economy, because the people that have unlimited funds through various methods, they're willing to pay a shitload because they know they can just recoup the funds. They know that they can just make more. They know that they know how to make it. And that's how the econ's always going to work. But when we're playing in an econ where the top level of it is set by literally unachievable means, and I mean literally unachievable means, that corrupts the economy and the purchase price and the average price for every player, making it unachievable for normal players to get the gear to be competitive. So as a result, you have every small guild feeling like they either have to suck the teat of or directly join a larger guild to even farm anywhere other than the Riverlands. And then you have the June Dark being taken away as a lawless zone, which is going to happen anyways with every biome that it expands. But because of limited PvP, because of gear discrepancy, and because of the level of variance that there is in player experience, people don't really want to go out of those, you know, non-lawless areas. And I think we'd see a lot more populace out there if it was not such a task for people to just get normal shit. So I know it's always going to be a grind. I know it's always going to be a long term. It's going to be a long play. And keep in mind, I'm geared. I don't really care. I still need my boots to the tardy, but like, my gear is really good. I'm not bitching for me. I'm more so trying to think from the perspective of the players who want to PvP and don't really have all of the time or have the blessing of RNGesus on their side to get into the spot where it's even playable. I don't know why people get upset I killed one mob and soloed a Hawkbow. That is true. That is true. Zombie soloed a Hawkbow and Snoot and I duoed a Hawkbow. Bitch of how miserable my experience was getting geared. Yeah, and like, I know that the gearing experiences are definitely not finalized, right? Named mobs aren't finalized in terms of how they spawn, where they spawn, when they spawn. Like, everything is going to be evolving. I get that. I 1000% get that. But yeah, I think that it's, for a lot of players, a very large pain point right now of inaccessibility of things. And keep in mind, a lot of the complaints are coming from the people who are getting the things and the people who don't even have the things. Because the people who are the first round of people, the competitive players trying to get the things in the first place, they're having to lock it down at any POI for weeks at a time to try to get enough drops for even their core. There are people that have farmed days at Hawkbow and not seen a single drop. Days at Zon, days at Monitor. Like, I still need 4 pieces, and since I'm a mage, I'll never get them. Well, since you're a mage, I don't even know if those pieces exist yet. Fuck your loot table. But yeah, there's a lot of competition around mage gear too, but it's tough. And I definitely feel that. Keep in mind, I'm a tank, so I have like the easiest gearing process in human history, I think. I have power, crit, health, mit, attack speed if I want to go attack speed. Like, I could probably work in some fucking magic power or something. Genuinely, there's not much that a tank can't rock to some level of usefulness. And I can only imagine how it is on more specialized archetypes where you don't necessarily have all of that constant flow, right? All of that level of, oh, well, I can put this here, put this here, put this here, put this here. So again, I don't know. I think that it's more than just the early progression of the server, but early progression of the server will also snowball into middle of the server, into the later part of the server, pretty much everything, right? Hey, good night. Can't go sleep well, brother. I hope you get some good sleep. I'll catch you tomorrow. I don't leave tomorrow. So, I leave Thursday. But yeah, tomorrow will be a Yap stream too, probably about Iceland stuff, about Ashes stuff. And then we leave Thursday night. So that's gonna be a trip. I've heard that the flight to Iceland fucking sucks. I have heard that that shit has so much turbulence that I'm probably going to poop my pants. So that's gonna be something. That's gonna be very much something. But yeah, long story short, while we're streaming today, chat, think about it. Keep in mind early progression. Keep in mind what is likely going to be implemented with this econ update in the next few weeks. And consider Storm. Thank you for the 4 months, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Much love, much love. My absolute goat. So kind of try to consider, if you will, what data can actually be gathered from Shoal at this point that would be better than data gathered from a freshly wiped server. That's what I'd like to consider over the course of today's stream. Because right now, I'm very near convinced that even if 40% of the player base left on a wipe, that 60% of the remaining player base would still give better data than this entire server being up would. That's just kind of what I'm thinking. But we'll see. Are they talking about wiping now, or is this just talking for ideas? They have not mentioned anything. This is just my maniacal rants. Intrepid has not said anything about this whatsoever. So, I think more than 40% wouldn't relevel if there was a wipe before P3, unless they push back P3 start again. See, I agree. I agree, especially if it's 3 weeks from now. Now, we'll be leveling. Like, August 4th is 100% a wipe. August 4th is 100% a wipe. But like, I'm talking to test the things that are going to be implemented for August 4th. We're getting an econ update that's going to focus on introductory material tiers being added. And like, if those introductory materials are not utilized because player progression has already gone far past that, how are we going to test those things prior to P3 on a mass scale or on any scale? That's kind of where I'm leaning at. I don't think we as a player base are in a point of progression where we can actually test those changes effectively. So I think from my standpoint, it's almost like would the wipe, even if it did lower the number of players that were here substantially, would that wipe be better for the environment than the current state of playtesting? And I almost think it would be. Genuinely. I mean, they're prepping P3. Probably they're just going to pump some new features in next patches to see if there's any new bugs with it and prep for P3. Yeah, no, I agree. But my concern with that is that P3 was supposed to be a server that is up for a year plus with minimal wipes. And a lot of the draw for P3 is exactly that. 24/7 uptime, year plus, no wipes, long-term server. And I think we're probably going to see, and I've been saying for a while, we're very likely going to see wipes in P3 anyways. And a lot of people are being much too optimistic about that, like, ideal description of the server. But I do think if we're in the point where our econ's fucked, keep in mind we're a month and 4 days in, then that's going to very likely lead to multiple wipes over the course of that. And their goal was to use that to minimize wipes and simulate long-term economy, do a lot of that. But who knows? Who knows? I do think a lot of people have this false kind of hope that P3 will be this euphoric start where it feels exactly like an MMO and doesn't have problems and shit like that. P3 isn't going to be this drastic night and day difference from the end of P2. It's not like P3 switches on and all of the P2.5 servers are just like, they never existed. They'll be wiped, but it's going to be continuity in the playtesting. It's going to be the next step in the start of a new server, but it's not going to be like a brand new game from, August 3rd to August 4th. And with P3, I think that by the end of P3, it's going to feel very nice. But the start of P3 is just going to be the end of P2.5. And so people have to remember, P3 and what's talked about during P3 is throughout P3. And Phase 3 itself is very long. Very long in an ideal scenario. You're thinking, let's test everything. So P3 feels like an actual game, but P3 is going to be P3 is going to be testing anyways. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, of course. And I'm not of the sense that let's test everything so when we hit P3, it feels like an actual game. I'm of the mentality that let's test everything when it's implemented so that way we don't have to wait multiple months and have a whole new wave of players to come in to test something that could have been tested before. We're here to test, not to progress. If I logged on Thursday in Iceland and my character's level 1, then I'm re-leveling in Iceland. And from my perspective, it's much less let's test everything so it feels like an actual game in P3, and it's you're giving us an econ update that changes the early econ in a few weeks. Fuck it, let's test the early econ and progression. That's kind of where I'm at. I also thought that when Rogue was coming out, I was like, be kind of funny if they wiped everything with the Rogue launching. So that way they could have got more feedback on the Rogue during an organic start, how its gearing would have been, how this, how that. But, it worked out well anyways. There are a bunch of different ways to go about things, but genuinely, I think that a lot of the things we're getting from the econ patch are very likely going to pertain to a lot of systems that are prevalent in the buildup of the econ status itself. And econ as a whole is something where it's like Jenga. If the wrong block falls out, then the entire tower collapses, right? And it's a very delicate balance to have econ. And I think that our econ is so fucked here that any changes that are brought in aren't really going to be valid in a sense because the econ's so cooked. RMT gold exists, RMT items exist. Yo, Omerta. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you so much. Much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, the amount of things that exist in the economy itself that shouldn't otherwise exist is pretty bad. Bought the game a little over a month ago. Only played it like 1 or 2 days because of lag. See that it doesn't fix it. Maybe we'll be back in the next phase. A lot of lag's been actually like dealt with quite well, personally. The reason that we're not in right now is because it's downtime days, Tuesday and Wednesday. But in terms of the actual playability and fluidity, like the stress testing has gone quite well in that regard, I will say. I would say the worst things about this phase have been the gathering, refining, crafting changes that they put in, as well as the drop rates of like certain mobs. Well, honestly, most mobs, item loot tables. Other than the hackers that were speed hacking and stuff, but we've had some economy issues. We've had some gathering, refining, crafting things. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, the lag feels much better, I will say. Like, genuinely, playability feels much better. It's still by no means perfect, but much better. Making changes to caravans and mid-game economy also. Correct, but the entire mid-game economy is fucked because the entire early game economy was fucked. It's like a domino effect with the economy. If one stage of your econ is fucked, then every other stage of your econ is subsequently fucked. It's not like it's just echo chambers of each stage of your econ. It kind of like overflows. And you don't have a healthy state of economy or really anything on Shoal right now. Just calling a spade. No part of Shoal is... I mean, I don't want to say no part of Shoal, because parts of Shoal are still beneficial. But I also don't think that there's really anything that Shoal is offering right now that a new server would not offer. Especially in terms of actual valid economy testing as soon as the econ patch did drop. I made so much money from Obsidian and now I can't find a single Obsidian node to mine. Well, that's because we were also ahead of the curve on the Obsidian ring trend. I'm not gonna lie. I was planning out Obsidian rings since last phase. They also did change some of the spawn rates and shit. But even when Obsidian was an early craze, we had hundreds saved up before most people were even making theirs. They did fuck with a lot of spawns too, but recently a lot of people have been saying that, at least in the Riverlands, a lot of those are much better. But Obsidian spawns, like recently had, I want to say like a week ago, probably, there were some bricked spawns, but I don't know if they're still bricked. Epic Obsidian still makes so much money. Yeah, everybody's gonna be crafting shit. Are the spawns still fucked? Obsidian's gone, I haven't seen it in a week. Oh, well, that would make sense. That would make sense. We had a lot of Obsidian because we were mining Obsidian like day one that the pickaxes were out like crazy. That makes sense. We also didn't have like a metric fuck ton of Obsidian, but we did pretty well for ourselves. After 29th Ashes is running off of only my CPU and not picking up my GPU. What? Is it just Ashes? Or is that... Have you tested other games? That's not how that works at all. Yeah, like... Well, now I'm intrigued. That means your GPU might be broken. But if the GPU is working in other games, would it be broken? Runs Rivals and other games fine. No crashing or anything, no temp issues. Have you stress tested each piece? That's really fucking weird. Could it be something in the launcher itself, like a launcher setting? Because that sounds strange. Very, very, very strange. Want to sell 3080 Ti PM offers? I mean, Zine's probably going to be looking for something. I don't know what Zine got, but he's been saying his PC's been running it like shit too. Apparently, he's been saying the VRAM on his GPU is too low, but like, I think he has a fine GPU to be running Ashes. I don't know. I don't think he should be having as many issues as he is. But there is that bug that's been fucking with a lot of people since the Goondark nodes were added. 6 gigs of VRAM is not enough. Interesting. 2060 is low end for Ashes. What does he have? Doesn't he have like a 30 something? He has a 30 series card, right? Zine needs to upgrade from Windows 2002. What's older, Zine or Zine's Windows? Wasn't he on a 950? He was on a 950 previously on Dragon Ball Z. He has a 2060. Okay, so he went from a 960 to a 20 series. So he went from, or sorry, a 950 to a 2060. 950 to a 2060. Today's a good day. See, I stopped the car with my bare hands today before it hit my family and my car. So yeah, I'm on top of the world today. Not an exaggeration either. I literally, the car was rolling towards us and I like action hero like and pushed it back. Gary Mustang, thank you for the hydrate. Where'd you get bare hands? They just sell them at Walmart here. We're coming out of Walmart and some dipshit went into Walmart and forgot to put their car in park. And so while they were no longer in the car started rolling towards my car while we were putting the goods from Walmart in my car. And my family had their back turned, and fortunately I saw it before it fucking bopped people. So yeah, it was a weird evolution to things, but I pushed the car solo back into the parking spot. Real question, how much would it take for you to sell the Cats with Abs Discord server? Why would you want to buy the Cats with Abs Discord server? Is it because of the guild tag? Because I think you would have to talk to Carlin. It would probably be billions of dollars paid directly to me. Could you get more than DA got for Envious? Okay, wait. Okay, sorry, I had to burp. Okay, wait. Wait. We got some stuff to talk about there. I was talking about stomping cars with my bare hands, and we wanted to bring up the heat. Dusty, how much for your Ashes account? You can't sell, buy, or trade Ashes accounts without it being against terms of service. So, want to sell Cats tag 10K? I mean, honestly, the OG Cats tag on Discord is fucking insane. I'm putting that out there. If Discord doesn't die, that tag is going to be so fucking clean for so long. It's nuts. Okay. Yes, I heard the news. DustyWhy does not break TOS. Hank Nuclear, you fucking know it, brother. You fucking know it. No TOS breaks here, bruddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. I need somebody to send me the screenshot of that post. Por favor. I need a quick screeny to the check Ashes Moments Twitter. Oh fuck yeah. Who runs Ashes Moments? X.com. Like, why can't we just call it Twitter? All right. Major guild drama. All right, hold on. I gotta put a huge drama in my title like Asmongold today. Huge alpha RMT account selling drama. Get in here. All right, I'm Dustman Gold now. Viewers are gonna go up by the fucking thousands, boys. The thousands. We're up tremendous. Anyways, DM me a number that has nothing to do with the price of your Ashes account. Why would you want my Ashes account? I don't even have name reservation. I still have to pay another $125 to get name reservation so someone doesn't fucking steal the dumbest name in the world. First of all, why would anyone even be like want to be DustyWhy? It's a dumb name. It doesn't really fucking make sense. It doesn't mean anything. Like it's something people yell a lot, right? And like I don't understand why people would even like want to be going after that. I don't get it. But I still have to pay another $125 for my name res. Don't worry, I've already reserved the name for you. Thank you so much. So, fun fact, when Vyra and Lyneth merged into Resna, there was the tag that was added to the end of your character if your name was used by somebody on the other account. And I logged in and I was like, who the fuck made DustyWhy so hot? Because that was my P2 name. And I was like, who the fuck would even do this? And I'm like, do I have like, is it somebody that hates me that wanted to like just fuck with my name? And then a few minutes into stream, Hoofsy comes in and he's like, yo, by the way, I grabbed your names on the other server so that way you didn't have to worry about it. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes plenty of sense. So they be your own people sometimes. So who knows? I just might have to reserve Hoofsy or some shit. We might have to hit the old switcheroo. Make calling our names out in PvP absolute hell. My name didn't get to be in the zombie edit? Oh yeah, there's also zombie propaganda. Good gravy. Good gravy. There's so much to watch today. There is so much to watch today. Zombaganda? Holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. Okay, wait, so why would someone actually want to buy the cat's Discord server? Wait, I woke up and the Discord server was already sold and rebranded. What do you mean sold and rebranded? Like, are people selling Discord servers because of the fact that they have access to the tags? Like, what do you mean? The people? It's now QuestForge. Wait, what do you mean QuestForge? Is that like a guild, or is that like... They want the exact tag. So is the tag exclusive? It's a tabletop gaming company. So is their thing like questforge.gg and that's why they wanted like the Gilded Gaming tag? Because Gilded's was GG, right? So like ours is cats. I was in GG Discord because we were in an alliance with them. Discord was sold, all roles revoked, and QuestForge now owns the Discord server after purchasing it from DA. That's all that is rumored. The tag GG is exclusive, so they want the GG tag. Oh, so our cats tag is the only Discord server that can ever be tagged with cats, right? Interesting. So if somebody wants cats, they would have to buy your cat's Discord. Oh, yeah, so people would pay a lot of money. A lot of fucking money for those, yeah. Social media sales, like if you're trying to buy a username, like if you're trying to buy a handle on Twitter, that's a hype, like fought after handle, you're looking at 5 digits. To buy an entire Discord server, if you have the right buyer, oh yeah. Oh, there are names, like there are handles on Twitter that go for $10,000 plus. That people pay, by the way. Daily. Daily. Twitter handles pay people's mortgages. People scrape available handles that come up, grab the handles, resell the handles, sell like handles. Like, you're looking at a very lucrative thing. People pay out the ass for that. Because there are a lot of people in the community organization side of things and a lot of gaming that have a lot of funds. And if it's something they really believe in, they'll drop the funds in a lot of things. So you'll see streamers paying to acquire their streamer handles. That's why people will try to snipe streamer names in games. Because in games, people will sell streamers' names to them. On Twitter, on Instagram, on everything. So, yeah, that's a massive thing. Now, I don't really know, like, as a hypothetical, what would the Cats Discord sell for with the OG Cats tag? I'd have to see what Discords are selling for. But I guarantee that it would be thousands of dollars. Just, like, knowing that tags are exclusive and that tags are also something that only rolled out to a certain number of communities and shit. Because the The cats tag also was like a very early acquired tag. Because the cats Discord was super active for a long time because we had our New World communities in there. Prior to that, it was the cannabis community from New World. Prior to that, it was a different guild from New World. So we've always had hundreds of active players in that at all times. So people are speculating the GG tag sold for 10 to 15K, which is wild. I mean, we could probably figure it out based on what Discord tags are selling for, but yeah, it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me. That's what a good Twitter handle sells for. I'll be completely real. If somebody wants like a 3 or a 4 letter fucking handle, that's like a common name, it'll keep going up. Depending on like how many keep going, you know, how many communities do get access to Discord. As soon as you see enough, or sorry, like the Discord tags, as soon as you see enough communities getting access to the tags where if you don't have the tag, you're like, you know, the lame community, that's going to put a lot of pressure on it. It's like with anything that starts exclusive and going out, it's huge. We're not lame. You'll get the Duneholt soon. You'll get it. You'll get it. But like it's Discord, not a website or something. I never thought a Discord tag would be 5 digits. Do not underestimate the number of companies that operate internally, externally, like through Discord. There are companies that now, instead of using Microsoft internal chats, use a Discord server as their chat. There are companies that have Discord listed as a fucking social, so that way people can get live like feedback and like response and CS in Discord servers immediately because it's an instant form of communication. It really does make a lot of sense. And then from the gaming organization standpoint too, think about how much effort people put into like branding some things. Cause like McDonald's uses Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah. Everyone uses Discord, and Discord is free. Discord is accessible. You can use Discord for literally anything. Literally anything. I'm in Discords of gaming communities for multiple games. I'm in Discords of brands that I want to work with or have worked with in the past. I'm in Discords for personal Discords. I'm in Discords for other streamers' Discords. Some of those Discords have monetized aspects to them. And never underestimate how much money people will pay to be known by their name. Professional athletes pay millions of dollars to switch to a jersey number when they're going to be on TV anyways. They want that jersey number. People that really invest in their community will absolutely pay for that shit. My old classmate reserves spicy website domain names and sells them for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Spicy website domain names. I love that. Having a name such tag or handle is part of an identity. People are willing to pay good. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're discussing like Twitter handles and stuff and how people will pay 5 digits for a good Twitter handle. It's not far-fetched at all. Genuinely, it's not far-fetched at all. Shit. Like, people pay for everything, dog. You would be surprised. Like, see, do you know that you can essentially buy partnership on Twitch now? Not officially, but because raids count towards getting partnered, they did that after I got partnered, by the way, little rats. Because raids now count towards getting partnered, if you're very good friends with a partnered streamer that still has enough viewership to carry a partnership, and you time the start of your stream with the end of their streams and work out a little schedule where they raid you constantly, you can get your little purple check mark a lot easier with all those extra viewers because they allow raids to count now. So many things that you're like, oh, it's just a status symbol. Why would someone pay for it? Brother, people pay out the ass for like fucking a Gucci belt because they think everyone else is gonna think they're super cool because of their Gucci belt. How many DustyWhy raids do I need to become partnered? You need to average 75 viewers for 8 or more streams each consecutive month for 3 months. And then you need to stream a certain number of hours, and then they also hand review the partnership applications. So I got denied once, and then essentially after I got denied once, I waited a few months, reapplied months after when I had a more consistent following, and then was accepted my second time. So they review it, and like if your viewership is inconsistent, if you just grew and you haven't been there long enough, if they think that you may be like a flash in the pan or something, they'll deny your partnership. So it's not like a guaranteed thing, but having someone say I had like 1,000 viewers, right? And you were like, yo, Dusty, I'll give you $250 every time you raid me, right? And then you do that, that's going to have a huge chance to actually like get you partnered. Not that that's something that a lot of people do, but it's something that people have done. Motherfuckers go crazy. Have you heard the news about how DA and Narc are the same person? Wait. Sorry, all this is the latest rumor I'm trying to spread. Jesus Christ. Wait, Savo, what were you saying about Narc's YouTube earlier? I don't follow it, but I saw basic ass plastic rain boots with a Gucci logo on them for $500 in the mall in LA. $3 Walmart boots for $500 because of brand logo. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. And you know what the craziest thing is? More very well off people choose to not wear branding. Not that I know from personal experience. I'm broke as shit. And I have a branded shirt on right now. Shout out Lisbon Cannabis Company. But like a lot of people that are very well off choose to not just promote brands freely. And then you have a lot of people who want to look rich, so they think that that is the way to do that. And they rock very like outward brand stuff. And I saw that a lot in Maine. We had a lot of people who would be driving like a car that has a fucking engine or a muffler leak and is the loudest thing on the fucking road. It's got tires that are bald as shit. They get out of the car and they're in like a fucking Gucci belt and Gucci slides. And you're like, well, how's everything going for you? And they're like, well, I can't pay my bills. My house is getting foreclosed on. My baby mother's 6 months back on child support and everything's terrible. But at least I got this belt and these sick ass slides. I'm like, good for you, brother. Good for you. They wear what they want to wear and not what expensive brands say they should wear. And motherfuckers just be getting fitted for clothes. Like, y'all gotta remember, a lot of people just got custom tailors when they're that rich. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. There's a difference between luxury and designer, in my opinion. And I think a lot of people think that luxury is what rich people wear and designer is what rich people wear. When you go get custom fitted for something and when you call up a specific person to order more of your shirts that you wear because they have all of your like dimensions and custom made shirts that like are slightly thicker in your nipple because you live in inclement weather and they don't want your nipples to poke through and you have slightly puffy nips but not entirely nips. So it's not like, it's basically like a 3/4 thickness instead of like the full double thickness, but they have more thickness there. And that's all because of you. Like rich people do it differently. Not that I would know. But didn't China release a document with production costs in China versus selling costs for several luxury brands? It was insane when I heard about it. I don't know if it was a document. I think it was a TikTok. But a TikTok is essentially a document in these days. I'm pretty sure it was just like some lady on TikTok that was like, here's what it costs to make over here versus like what you're selling it for over there. And like shipping and stuff like that also comes in hand with that. But yeah, like genuinely, I swear to God, motherfuckers just be paying out the ass for nothing. I just walked in on puffy nips. Slightly puffy nips. Not like overly puffy though. The trick is to wear basic brands. It helps generate more subs. Listen, man, this shirt, I got it for free. Because I was working a job. I shouldn't have named brands. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're cooked. They're going to get you now. Nike's coming for you. They're coming. But this shirt, I got it for free. The TSA took my hair product when I went to Vegas, so I haven't had hair product since then because honestly, like, everybody's saying, like, fuck the police. Like, fuck the TSA. Dog, they could just sell 3.4 ounce containers at the end of TSA checkpoints and probably make a lot of money. Like, oh, I see that you have a liquid that is in a container larger than 3.4 ounces. Would you like to purchase a 3.4 ounce container to transfer your liquid today for $5.99? Yes. TSA makes $6. I get to take my hair care product with me. TSA be taking everything. So I'm not gonna lie. It was my fault. It was my fault. Flying to Vegas was my second time ever flying. And my first time was TwitchCon last year. So I'm very new to flying. Very, very new. I don't really know like what's going on. So when I flew to TwitchCon, I had a checked bag. When I flew to Vegas, I did not have a checked bag on the way out. And essentially, when I went to TwitchCon, I had my hair care product, which I had Suavecito matte look pomade, but I had a large thing of it that I got off Amazon for like 30 bucks or something on sale. It was a bulk thing. Had it for over a year. Still wasn't even close to done with it. So essentially, I kind of blanked. I was packing my shit. And I was like, I gotta have my pomade. I put my pomade in my carry-on. And I'm thinking nothing of it. And I go through, and like I had everything packed very nicely, very straightforward. And we're going through the checkpoints. And they like pull my bag off to the side, and they're like, we're gonna need you like step over here for a sec. And I'm chilling, and I'm talking to the agent, and I'm like, how's your day, dude? And he was actually pretty chill. And he opens up my carry-on, and he grabs a big ass thing of hair care product, and he opens it, and he kind of like looks at it, and I'm like, oh, that's got to be 3.4 ounces, doesn't it? And he's like, yeah, it's got to be either 3.4 in your checked bag. And I was like, well, shit, you guys don't happen to have a container here, do you? And he was like, nope. And I was like, well, I don't really have any options other than to shove it in my butt or let you keep it, so I'll let you keep it. And that guy probably went home with some pomade that day. He's probably using it every morning now and being like, damn, this is a really good pomade, and doesn't have to buy it for a long time. And I'm kind of sad about that because I'm gonna have to get another one. But that's, yeah, I don't know. That was my inspiration, to have TSA just sell 3.4 ounce containers. I think they'd make more money with those than they knew what to do with. I mean, you forget water. You may want one for water. Maybe a shot of water or two. You get makeup, hair care product, deodorant, a lot of that shit. Shampoos, all of it. I think it'd be nice. Yo, what up, Max? Downtimes are annoying. They can let us play while they make new codes. Fix games. More to play. I don't like play. I don't feel like playing anything else. I mean, I understand why they do have the downtimes. Keep in mind, we've been doing this since December, so it's nothing too new at this point. Now, we are very anxiously awaiting August, where we hopefully will not have downtimes anymore. Not like not have downtimes. But we won't have the Tuesday, Wednesdays. Like, we'll still have downtimes for patches and shit like that. But yeah, it gets better. I'm hooked in the downtime, sir. I feel that. Believe me, this is, I don't have a job. Like, I stream full time. This is what I do for my full-time job. So I'm essentially coming into work 2 days, and I'm sitting down at a cubicle, and my computer doesn't turn on, and I essentially just have to sit here for the entire day working anyways. That's 2 days a week for me right now. More like OCT, when it was only weekends, that shit was rough. Oh my fucking god. I did not play before P2. I had my access since January 2024, and I followed since before that. But because of how the earlier playtesting phases were, I chose to sit it out until I saw a point where I was like, all right, I'm ready, I'm in, this is it. And I'm really glad. Only weekends was nice because of lack of content. It's probably fair. Can you imagine how much worse the TSA line would be if everyone was allowed to transfer their stuff into the proper size containers because they never flew before? Yeah, that's kind of valid. But I'm sure there would also be a way where it's like, fuck, because you couldn't just let somebody transfer it and then be like, throw away the big container when you're done, because they just take the big container. Right. What if you have somebody from the TSA that's like the liquid transfer? Like, you know how at fancy restaurants they box your shit up for you, and then at like normal restaurants they just throw the boxes at you and tell you to fuck off? Like, what if it's like that? Like, really nice airports, you have like the TSA agent that's just like scooping your hair care product into the other one for you. Hoofs, it could work. And with AI taking over most jobs, we have a lot of people that are going to be able to do that very soon. August does go from not having a job to not having a job 24/7. Listen, the goal is for me to remain unemployed. I'm just saying. I'm quite happy with it. that one random unemployed friend on a Tuesday looking at a launcher for a game that's not even up right now. Talking about motherfuckers making tens of thousands of dollars and being leads of communities while breaking every RMT clause in the TOS. Oh, we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it, boys. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to fill up my water. And I'm going to get a quick bong or pinsky. And then we're going to cover all of the drama, all of the yapping, all of the hubbub, and the hullabaloo. Boys, I'll be right back. Oh, God. I'm also wearing hiking boots right now, so I can break them in for the trip. Look. We're up tremendous. I got hiking boots and wool socks on, so I can get used to them. we're back. All right. So our cat friend has returned outside. Bro, he's just been living out there. I swear to God. I swear to God, he's literally just been living out there. So, I don't know. I might take the cat in. I don't know. I just don't want to steal somebody else's cat, man. That's the biggest thing for me. I don't want to steal somebody else's cat, but also the cat's incredibly chill. It's incredibly chill. Like, it fit really well. Okay, boys. So, we're about to get into some drama now. Take in mind, I am not the slop tuber by any means. Could take it to the vet and see if it's chipped. So I'm quite certain that it's just somebody's outdoor cat that when they let it out, it just comes and hangs out here for a little bit and then goes home. Because before this like burst in the past few days where we've been seeing it like crazy, we didn't see it for a while. And the last time that I had seen it before this was like a couple months back probably. And I was on a walk and I was like a block up and I looked to my right and there was an apartment that had like a balcony out and there's a cat that looked the exact same as this cat that was looking at me from the top balcony like, hey. And I was like, I stopped, I yelled to it and I go, are you my cat? And I think it was. Just feed it and let it be. I have a cat box for it. I have food. I have water. And I go out and I give it attention and loving. And everybody that is here, me, Carla, and Mr. Bitter Galaxy, Douglas, all want to, make sure the cat is as healthy as can be. So it doesn't look like a stray or anything. It's very friendly with people. It's in a good spot. We gave it a flea and tick treatment. So yeah, it didn't have a collar or anything like that. But yeah, he's very chill. No food competition or anything like that. So we were very slow to kind of like intrude on the cat's personal space because cats are very fickle beings. So essentially started out with just letting the cat come over to me. Cat was very curious at first. I'd hang out, I'd sit down on the porch and smoke, and the cat would come through eventually and kind of like check me out, and I'd reach out and then it'd hiss at me. And over time it stopped hissing at me and let me pet it one day. And then from there we just became really good friends. Cat's very chill now. So we're at the point where the cat knows that I bring him out food, and essentially he will let me pet him while he's eating, will let me touch his food dish while he's eating, spin his food dish, whatever. Never any like competition or meanness or anything. Cat looks well fed on top of the food that I give him. Looks healthy. So yeah, it's probably chilling. I would say it's more than definitely chilling. The only thing is his face looks like it has dirt on it, but he's also an outdoor cat that has been sleeping like under my porch. So probably gonna have some dirt on his face, but we'll see how much longer he hangs out for. I'm gone in 2 days anyways, so I wouldn't even be able to take him in right now, but Doug's gonna be here the entire time that we're gone, I think. So that'll be chill. But I'm sure he's got a very loving home somewhere and he just likes visiting. Want to see my 4-second Fed Derek clip before we start with the drama? Yeah, hit me with it. Was it when he got jebaited into joining Polar? Because that would be that'd be quite tragic. I can't believe that, by the way. I genuinely can't believe that. So there was actually a time Dusty jebaited me into joining Cat's last phase. I did actually. I did do that. Yes, I did indeed. And also, when New World got the idea to redo their guild UI one time, for whatever godforsaken reason, they decided to put the leave guild button in a different spot. And yes, it was a leave guild click and then it confirmed, do you want to leave your guild? But I may or may not have multiple times left my guild just under my own free will fruition, clicked the leave guild button and clicked the confirm button thinking that I was joining a party or doing some other bullshit. So I can't really judge anybody. There also may or may not be an Ashes Moments clip of me selling an entire caravan worth of stuff. Sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes terrible things happen. And we've got to deal with those things as they occur. Just DM'd it to you. Where is this DM? Where the hell? Where is this DM toast? Is it in my request still? No. I don't see the DM. Twitch. What in the fucking Dr. Disrespect are you doing? Who the fuck DMs people on Twitch? Are you gonna try to solicit me at TwitchCon too? What the fuck is this? Who the fuck DMs somebody on fucking Twitch? The fuck? It's entirely on me as a caller, putting people in bad spots. Were you listening to my stream? Wait. How did that happen? So surely somebody just invited him. Like, and he thought it was something else? Like he thought it was a group invite? Yo, J-Mag, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Surely he just thought it was like a group invite during the siege or something, right? That's fucked. Poor guy. Poor guy. So like what rank was he in the Fed Guild? That's so sad. That's so sad. The cooldown too, man. Oh, the Wombo combo would have been if they came out and Polar decked on the guild that they left. How are you even off guild cooldown to accept that though? You know, you may be right. But what if it's like the designated survivor where it's like if they declare on all of our guilds, we have somebody sit outside of them so they can't get assassinated, right? That makes sense. That does make sense. Alrighty, lads. Is it drama time? I'm not a drama person. I swerve the drama like I'm avoiding potholes in the middle of Maine. It's Propa time. Is your Propa good? Chat, who has seen Zombies Propa already and can tell me if it's good or bad? No. It's 3 out of 10. Oh no. Oh no. But like, okay. So is it 3 out of 10 like shit posty? So it's like genuinely bad, unwatchable? Or is it so bad it's good levels of 3 out of 10? Because certain things are an actual 3 out of 10 and certain things are so 3 out of 10 they're a 10 out of 10, right? And it's all in what they try to be. So I don't know, some self-awareness is always an absolute slapper of a trait to have. But now I'm concerned. Now I'm concerned. Like, I definitely know the quality of it is already gonna be butt cheeks. Cause like, maybe after drama then? Okay, wait, so it's not so bad it's good, it's actually just bad. No, there's no way. There's no way. A roasted zine? Okay, wait, plus 2 points, 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. So it's 11 out of 10 to me? Yeah, I mean, I'll fuck with that. I'll fuck with that. Zine's not allowed in the propaganda. Sometimes I consider if I accidentally left Zine banned at the end of stream or not. Cause like sometimes I just randomly ban his shit for fun and then unban him to see if he like notices. And sometimes I get off stream and I wonder if I left him banned or not, and I come back in to check. I just do like a / unban Zine Rocks just because. I always try to spread the word. Also, do you guys know the history? I just looked up and saw that Zombie did like the big Dusty W coat. Do you guys know the history of Dusty W coat? That emote is the single worst experience I had while gaming. I had cut up jalapenos to eat with something. I don't know. And I didn't wash my hands thoroughly enough when I came back in. And it was like super late into a stream. I was like 12 hours into a New World stream, which explains the hair as well. And I went to rub my eyes. And when I rubbed my eyes, I still had like jalapeno remnants on my hands. And I essentially pepper sprayed myself. And dude, I was uncontrollably just like, it didn't even hurt, but my eyes were just uncontrollably like tearing. I couldn't stop it. It wasn't like, oh shit, this is awful. But it was like, my eyes are warm and they're crying nonstop. Just got off work, finally time to relax. Yo, Kaiser, it goes. It's a beautiful day today. I stopped a car with my bare hands today. That's not a joke, by the way. Outside of Walmart is my parents' 30th anniversary, so Carla and I went to hang out with my parents for a little bit. We stopped at Walmart to get the remaining things that we needed for our Iceland trip. And while we were loading stuff into my car, my parents and Carla had their back turned. I was like loading stuff in and looking back out towards like it was my car here, then the aisle, and then the other cars. And somebody had pulled their car in across the aisle, right, where people drive. And everyone in my family had their back turned, and I was loading shit in, and this car starts creeping forward. And so I think they're pulling out of their parking spot until I look and I go, there's nobody in that car. And I swear to God, dude, I had no fucking idea what to do. So I walked in front of the car and like fucking put my hands on the hood and like braced for impact. I thought I was gonna fucking crumble like I was getting Thanos snapped. And so I'm preparing to like let this car hit my car after attempting to slow it down. And so I like put my hands on that and it like actually started to slow down because it was just in neutral and turned off and didn't have much speed. And so like I stopped the car and then I started pushing it back across the aisle. I stopped for a second and I'm looking at my dad next to me like, what the fuck just happened? And he goes, my dad's a very logical man because he was in the Marines. He's always very, you know, rooted in logic and not very emotional. And he goes, well, we got to push it back into the parking spot before we do anything else. And so I didn't even get to celebrate having like a fucking superhuman feat because like, dude, I'm built like this. I got fucking spaghetti noodle arms. I'm 6'5", but like these aren't very thick. So like I straight up, I caught the car and I started pushing it back and walking it back into the parking spot. And then the dude came out while we were all sitting on the hood of his car as a cop that was in like the parking lot had also come over at this point. The dude whose car it was walked out and was like, huh, was it rolling again? And was like laughing. And we were like, brother, what the fuck do you mean? And then I also bought cheese out of some dude's car. His name is the Shrimp Pimp. And he's based out of Maine and travels from Pennsylvania to Canada selling smoked meats and cheeses. And let me tell you, that's some good ass fucking cheese. That's some good fucking cheese, dog. Genuinely S tier cheese. I thought you were absurdly high in that pick. Everyone always thinks I was fried off my ass. And that was the self pepper spray, Artanthos. Now, I will say the most fried that I ever was in New World was when I had COVID when I came back from TwitchCon. I wasn't smoking because I had fucking COVID. But I had 1,000 milligram edible chocolate bar that I got from work because I was working part-time before TwitchCon at this dispensary. And essentially, before one of my wars, I popped about 100 milligrams of that chocolate, expecting to be fine. Now, for note, my preferred dosage is about 20 milligrams. And we're in the war, and I'm fragging out. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing what I do, right? I play melee. And we get forded, and I'm sitting in B choke and like sitting in the gate, left clicking, and my caller's asking me to calm a collapse and like call out a collapse in B gate. And I'm like, brother, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm just seeing red and blue and swinging at it. I'm so fucking fried right now. And he starts losing his shit laughing and then calls a collapse, and I showed up late. And I still hit that bitch. But yeah, that was the most fried that I ever was in a war. That was Eddie's. To this day, my preferred dosage is like 20 milligrams if I want to be sitting there like 2 nights ago. No, 2 nights ago or last night? 2 nights ago. I don't think I took Eddie's last night. 2 nights ago, I took 20 milligrams of some gummies. And I was like, Carla and I were watching Kitchen Nightmares because we usually catch up on Moist Critical YouTube videos. And then we watch Kitchen Nightmares to end the night because Kitchen Nightmares is just fucking slapper. And I swear to God, bro, I took just enough Eddies to be fucking enthralled. Like, I was sitting there and I had the adjustable base lifted up. And so we were sitting there and I was eating food, but like I felt my jaw like open and I was sitting there watching Kitchen Nightmares, holding my plate, not eating, holding a fork for about 20 minutes going, before I finally was like, oh shit, I got food. And I just started eating again. So like 20's good. I'm trying to save 30 milligrams for my flight to Iceland because the flight to Iceland I've heard is fucking notoriously bad. And I don't want to die. And if I do die, I want to not really have a recollection of any of it. Not that I will anyways, but I'd like to just be able to be like, all right, well, we're good. Just summit 1G my way out of that, you know? Midstream, just a little nappy poo. And then we don't wake up. So yeah, we're about to save 30 Eddies for 30 milligrams of Eddies for the flight, but 100 milligrams of Eddies before a war was not good. Not good. I rescued an infant from falling from a tall building today. Wait, Kaiser, that's dope. Like falling from a tall building? Like, you like robbed the home run? Or like, are you like a firefighter or some shit? That's cool as fuck. That's a huge W. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. I appreciate you, dude. Hear me out. What if that infant grows up to be a serial killer? Would you regret saving the infant? Like, what if that infant kills people? Would you openly admit that you should have let the infant fall? Like, you're just watching the news one day and it's like, you know, you recognize the baby or something, or you know the name. You're like, Jesus Christ, what have I done? And then your entire life goal becomes inventing a time machine to go back to stop yourself from saving that infant, and you have to convince you to be morally okay with letting an infant fall from a building. That would be the craziest anime. Holy shit, Kaiser. Kaiser, we've done it. I need an animator. I need a writer. I need a lot of talented people. But fortunately, I smoked just enough weed before this stream to come up with that entire gameplay loop. So we've now got the Emperor Kaiser anime, where his entire life goal is convincing himself to be morally okay with letting an infant fall from a tall building if that infant was indeed a serial killer. Cool. Now I have to raise that child, otherwise I'll be responsible for the deaths of potentially hundreds of men and women. But what if to get that child, you must kill the parents? The anime goes deeper and darker. And then there's like, I don't know, fucking airbending and shit. We bring in an Avatar or something. Is Avatar far enough out of the realm? No, there's an Avatar expansion coming in, isn't there? It's not far enough out of the realm. I think we can use Winnie the Pooh, though. Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain relatively recently. So there are some notable names that we could bring in as kind of like guest appearances along the way. Maybe drum up some hype for it. We'll have to get a list together. I think we could get like a cameo from like, I don't know, fucking Sylvester Stallone, maybe Grok from Twitter. You can get Mickey Mouse nowadays. Can we actually use Mickey Mouse in public domain now? Are they that old? That's actually crazy. I will have you know that I do also, on my stream setup, have one real official Labubu attached to my setup at all times. So like, we have a lot of big names coming through. It's the Coca-Cola one. Carla has a few of the secret ones that are like the different colorways and shit. She went hard on them before she came up here. So we're Labubi'd out of our minds. But I'll have you know, we got a lot of pull with the actors. A lot of big names coming through. All right, what do you guys not have Labubis? Steamboat Willie. Wait, the first Mickey? Steamboat Willie, the first Mickey, is now public domain. Hold on. Steamboat I spelled boat wrong. Willie. Oh, wait, he's drippy as shit. What the fuck? Pre-Mickey was Steamboat Willie. Why did they call him Mickey Mouse then? Walt Disney's Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie. Was Mickey Mouse the actor in Steamboat Willie, the animated film? Was that the establishment of Mickey Mouse in the universe? That would make sense. If it was like Steamboat Willie starring Mickey Mouse, Disney still holds the rights to the Mickey we know. So, say hypothetically we were supposed to start a dono goal. And that dono goal was going to like buying the rights to Mickey Mouse. How much would we need to free Mickey? Could we start a hashtag? Like, Free Tory Lanez was going crazy and is still probably going crazy right now, since I'm pretty sure Meg Thee Stallion is saying that Tory didn't even shoot anyone. So free Tory, but couple billies. Like billions of dollars, or like a couple hundred, like a couple Benjamins. I just checked the title. What went down with that? Yo, wait, I changed the title when we were getting ready to get into the drama stuff, because the drama stuff, I'm not a slop tuber. I'm not, but we're getting into it today. Truly into the thick of it. Truly into the thick of it. Because this is, personally, I don't think this is the last we're going to hear about this. I think we're going to be hearing about this for a minute. So, if you guys are ready to get into it, we can get into it. But this is something. We want Zombaganda or Riot. I asked Zombie if the Zombaganda was good, and he said no. And I asked him if it was actually bad or so bad that it's good, and he indicated that it may just genuinely be bad. So we're going to watch it. We're going to watch the Zombaganda and give our honest thoughts. But there is some juicy RMT news and drama affecting one of the most known communities in Ashes of Creation. Boys, it's fucking huge. We finally acquiring some Banningtons. I think this is gonna be worse than bans. Like, and I know you may say, what's worse than bans, brother? I think this is going to spark an entire investigation. So, essentially, what we've got to start out is at 1:05 a.m. an announcement goes out. Over the past few days, serious concerns have come to light involving a scam run by DA that has affected at least 10 members within Envious. And keep in mind, these are all accusations. Nothing's proven, nothing's official. It's all accusations. So we're just kind of like relaying what is here and what is going out. But all of this is accused so far. Who/what is DA? DA is one of the former community leads of Envious, and I'm not sure if he was still involved with GG, Gilded Gaming, after the remake or not. But DA was one of the founding members and one of the leads of Envious, who had rebranded into Gilded Gaming to get away from toxicity and having an emphasis on playing the game the right way. So yeah, DA was one of the community leads of that community originally. Was with them in New World when I was with them in New World, and genuinely when I was with them in New World, I didn't have much of a negative impression of them, but I also tend to kind of like keep my head down on shit. So yeah, what up, Cardinal? As far as I know, this is why Healbot and his crew left Envious back in the day. Oh really? He mentioned it to me like 2 to 3 months ago, but had no proof. Fuck. Okay, so this goes deep as far as we know. So I'll zoom it out just a little bit more so you guys can see it. There you go. So we'll keep going. So at least 10 members within Envious supposedly scammed. After speaking with the affected members and reviewing what's been shared, we've made the difficult but absolutely necessary decision to part ways. not just with the guild, but also with the associated Discord and Polar Alliance. In light of this, a core group of leaders and members have come together to take a new path. One focused on rebuilding the kind of community we all can believe in. We'll be starting fresh with a new and completely independent guild, Delirium, where community first isn't just a motto, but a standard we uphold in everything we do. This isn't the path we expected to take, but it's one we feel is necessary. Not just to move on, but to build something better. If you've been a part of Guilded/Envious and are looking for clarity, we're a new home. Discord.gg/catswithabs is a place to be. Please feel free to reach out to Zombie, Ninsiza, or Goon on Discord, !guild in the chat. Thank you. We appreciate you being here. So, that is the initial announcement that went out. And originally, people were not sure of what was going on with everything and really what all of the exact accusations of the scam were going to be. Thanks to Ashes Moments for covering all of this shit for us. Much love. They've got a good timeline established. Envious recently rebranded as Gilded Gaming, and now Delirium, one of the oldest, largest, and longest running Ashes of Creation guilds, was allegedly at the heart of a massive scam. Scroll down for more. He was guild leader in Discord to community manager when they rebranded. I come from Hydra, Envious Casual Guild. Glad I left. Yeah, those are like Casual and Crafter Guild, right? This goes deep. All right. So, Phoenix Initiative member and former guild leader of Envious DA has been accused of conducting an account selling scam on over 10 members of Envious Guild. Now, keep in mind, being accused of conducting an account selling scam on over 10 members of the guild means that very likely there were more accounts, more accounts being sold and purchased within the community itself. And both sides of that are against terms of service. Very much so. So, we'll keep going. The accusations are below. The accusations are as follows. DA sold the Envious GG/GG Discord, which he owned, to a tabletop game company for approximately $10,000 USD. DA allegedly agreed to sell PI accounts, Phoenix Initiative accounts, by the way. Phoenix Initiative being a level of backing that cost, I believe it was thousands of dollars, and it was only accessible with very, very, very early access packs. Basically gets you no like power benefits or anything like that, but you look, I think you get like a big aura around your character. You also get access to the Phoenix Initiative like Clubhouse, which is an instanced area with other PI members, as well as game devs, and like GMs. It's essentially access to the GM Clubhouse. If someone wants to get, can someone pull up the link to the full Phoenix Initiative benefits for me, please? I could actually probably find it on the wiki real quick. Oh my God, Seat, you did it before I could get to it. I love you so much. Thank you. Seat literally was doing it before I even asked. All right. Already ahead of you. Go. The Phoenix Initiative is a Kickstarter/summer crowdfunding reward for pledges at the royalty level or above. Players in the Phoenix Initiative are able to enter an exclusive in-game instance where they can interact directly with developers and GMs, game masters. The Phoenix Initiative instance is intended to be an inter-server instanced area. This will not be a cross-region instance. For example, there will be separate NA and EU PI instances. The PI instance will be accessible through port keys available in most towns and potentially through a freehold decor item gifted to the club members. No fast travel will be possible through the PI instance. PI members will be able to exit the instance at the point they entered. No player-to-player trading or dropping and picking up items will be possible in the PI instance. The Phoenix Initiative will offer cosmetics, unique cosmetics that may otherwise be limited or seasonal to club members for purchase. The PI Club will only offer cosmetics. It will no longer offer any other condensed services. So it's essentially just like Avatar of the Phoenix. Okay, this is a good one. Word. Okay, Avatar of the Phoenix was a backer package in the Kickstarter and summer crowdfunding campaigns. Kickstarter, work with the devs to design one of the world's fortresses, 5 additional closed beta keys for phase 1, additional invitation to the launch party in Vegas, 2 nights of accommodations provided at the Wynn Resort with 2 tickets total, invitation to dinner with the development team during the launch party weekend in Las Vegas. I didn't even know they were doing this. Wait, this is fucking lit. Holy shit, this is way cooler than I thought it was. What the fuck? I'm kind of angry. This is sick. Wait. What if content creators got invited? Not that I'm in the content creator program or anything, but maybe someday. Damn, that could be cool. Anyways.
Apes together.
Nelly,
For the drama.
thank you for the 7 months. It's the drama. We're here for it. We're all here for it. We're going into it right meow. So, invitation to dinner with the dev team, additional invitation to the launch party in Vegas. Join a weekend-long gaming session, including a campaign of D&D Pathfinder set in the Ashes of Creation world, GM'd by Stephen the Sheriff Sharif, during the launch party weekend in Vegas. Tickets to PAX West 2017, private VIP access to the Ashes of Creation booth, so you would need a time machine to benefit from this. Unique Avatar of the Phoenix Forum badge, unique in-game character title, Avatar of the Phoenix, plus all previous rewards. And then from summer crowdfunding, it appears, let's see, what's different? I think it's all the same. And then you get all of the rewards of all of these as well. So it's a ton. Ken Pecky, also here for the drama. Hello. The drama is here. We're getting into the drama. So we've just talked about the benefits of the Avatar of the Phoenix package and essentially the Phoenix Initiative itself. To catch those up that weren't here, we're skipping this. This is not a banger. Need a banger. So essentially, over the past few days, serious concerns have come to light involving a scam run by DA that has allegedly affected at least 10 members within Envious. After speaking with the affected members and reviewing what's been shared, we made the difficult but absolutely necessary decision to part ways not just with the guild, but also with the associated Discord and Polar Alliance. POG is no more. Allegedly, DA was selling accounts to members of the community. So Ashes Moments has compiled a great thread that has all of the accusations, and we're going through that here. So far, we've got Gilded Gaming no more rebranding into Delirium. And then Phoenix Initiative member and former guild leader of Envious DA has been accused of conducting an account selling scam on over 10 members of Envious Guild. And part of the big thing about this is even if it was only those 10 people and it was a scam, that's still 10 instances of RMT that has a seller and a buyer, both of whom are in violation of the TOS. You can't buy, sell, trade, share anything accounts. You simply can't exchange ownership of it. It doesn't happen. You're not allowed. You can't. So now you have a lot of people that are instantly self-incriminating to put this out. Because if they were going to buy the accounts for whatever reason, they're also on the bad end of things. So how many accounts out there have been purchased, have been sold, now exist from that initial wave of purchases? And my prediction just off of this is that if this is proven true, Intrepid will probably track all of the purchases that were made around that time, maybe with the same card, if they can find a common buyer, see what all of the pack purchases are, and try to, like, trace those back. Isn't DA like IRL friends with Steven? I feel like I heard something like that way back, but it could have just been gossip. I have no idea. Personally, I have no fucking clue. That'd be cool, being IRL friends with Steven. I bet Steven's a fun guy to hang out with. But I have no clue on that. Because I do know, like, my experience with Envious was in New World. And I was with them for a little bit. And then the entire server got mad at them for yapping too much. And then everyone just started turbo pushing them, and then the guild fell apart. So yeah, I was with them for a little bit there. DA lives in Texas. Word. Okay. Yeah, I don't know enough about anyone involved, realistically. I do know that large communities work very closely with the dev team. Especially like large established communities. So I wouldn't be surprised if, as a leader of one of the oldest Ashes guilds, he did have a very good relationship with Steven personally. So yeah, that's also another level of crazy to it. So the accusations are listed out below. The accusations are as follows. DA sold the Envious/Gilded Gaming Discord, which he owned, to a tabletop game company for approximately $10,000 USD. The Discord is confirmed already switched over to a different owner. It is the tabletop game company. And the reason the Discords are being sold is because of the tags. Cat's Discord has the cats tag. That is going to be the OG cats tag. If other people want that, now granted, GG will probably be, you know, more sought after tag than cats, but like as of right now, Discord tags are for those Discords. They're exclusive to those cords. So that Discord is gone. It's exchanged hands. DA allegedly agreed to sell Phoenix Initiative accounts to several envious members for approximately $2,000 each. If this is true, keep in mind that is selling as well as buying. There are buyers on both ends of things. Alex sold Ethereum for a lot less. So, in all fairness, Gilded had the tag GG, which is applicable for essentially everything in gaming. And Ethereum, I believe, was EPH, which is not going to be anything nearly as common. GG will probably be one of the most contested tags in Discord, just because people want it. Keep in mind, it's very common for Twitter handles to sell for $10,000 to $20,000 plus for very, very, very wanted handles. Like, people will pay for identity out the ass. Also, they're still experimental, so not all Discords have the tags option. Exactly. So if you have a Discord with a tag at this point, and it's got an OG tag that people are going to want, like, we have the cats tag. Not that many people are going to want the cats tag, but, you know, any gaming org that's GG, anything that has their website .gg, anything that is gaming oriented, tabletop oriented apparently, that's going to be a sought after tag. That's going to get a lot of money. That's very simply put. That's going to be very sought after and get a ton of money this early. So, makes sense. The larger thing, I don't really mind the Discord. Like, if you don't have a use for a Discord and you sell a Discord server because someone wants to pay you for a Discord server, then congratulations. That is what it is to me. I don't really mind that. That's simply just exchanging things. Like, if the guild's dead and he owns the Discord and decides to sell it, whatever. It is what it is. But this part shows us that there are people that are buying and selling accounts within the community. And if people are buying and selling accounts for real money within the community, what else are people buying and selling within the community as a whole? This opens up a can of worms that I don't necessarily think any community ever wants opened up. Because now everybody that is a part of that community could now potentially be looked at as a buyer or seller of accounts, goods, anything else in the alpha. There's no hiding there was heavy RMTing this phase for sure. Oh, and this one before this phase, I'm sure. I don't know the full details of this. I haven't like rehearsed this or anything like that. But there is always RMTing. Always RMTing. Absolutely. I agree. And I think one thing that I've always said a lot is that some games and some communities don't really give a shit about people RMTing, exploiting whatever harmfully in their community. And so it's allowed to kind of like embed itself deeper into the core, right? And in communities where they don't self-police these things, talk about these things and bring these things up, it becomes a part of the culture. And in communities that speak out against, you know, the exploiting, the RMTing, the hacking, the griefing, shit like that, we can, to a very certain extent, self-police within our own community to help bring these things to light too. Now, some people that got hosed on money that came forward with this will also have to realize if they're coming forward with actual evidence, they're going to be saying, hey, I was attempting to spend thousands of dollars on an account and break RMT. And they may have to deal with the consequences of that. I don't know if they would get punished for being a part of that, for getting scammed, allegedly. I don't know if they wouldn't. I'm not quite certain. But what I do know is if 10 people came forward and said they got scammed, there were probably a lot more people that were involved that either didn't get scammed or did get scammed and haven't come forward and just cut their losses. So now it's a level of how deep does it go? How much is it embedded? What has happened here? This phase felt really bad because all the hacking that inflated the market made the gold prices far cheaper and more enticing. Oh yeah, absolutely. And for players that were not keeping up to pace with all of the, we'll say, you know, ulterior methods of income, we'll say that, it became really hard for normal players to buy decent or better gear in any way, shape, or form, because it was a mega server. So originally around the clock, all of the spawns were contested by guilds that were huge, and normal players just couldn't contest those to even get geared. They'd go through the player markets, and player markets would be so ungodly inflated that they couldn't afford to do anything in the player markets either. So the gold shit didn't matter much for hardcore players, but it fucked up buying items for noobs. Agreed. Absolutely. And the noobs will be a lot of the player base. Exactly. I think that hardcore players can farm their own gear, especially when we go back to a normal server. But I really do think that casual players get fucked the most. And as much as a lot of... Keep in mind, I'm someone who plays Ashes 10 plus hours a day. My goal is to have a community that is on the competitive end of the spectrum. And like, that's always been my goal from New World and everything before that. Casuals are the reason that MMOs succeed and that a lot of games succeed. If we as a competitive community, and keep in mind, I'm not speaking for the competitive community, just as someone who wants to be a member of it in the long term, can do our job of advocating for changes that are both good for us to have content, but better for casual players to someday experience our level of content, that will make Ashes very successful long term. And I think that so many MMOs and so many games right now try to cater to the top percentage because those are the people that'll outwardly play. Those are your streamers, those are your comp players, those are your esports orgs. But the hundreds of thousands of players who just want to play a couple hours a day every couple of days, you get all of those people, and that's your concurrent player base because there are so fucking many of them that have that time, that don't have 10 hours a day, that want to have something fun and stress relieving to do after work, after whatever it may be. And they're just put off by a lot of the lack of accessibility in games, especially MMOs. New World died because of it. Call a spade a spade. It fucking died because casual players just couldn't enjoy it. You were either the sweatiest of the sweaty, what up, thousands of wars, had the time of my life, or your experience was pretty ass. Yo, Michael, I hope you're having a beautiful night, dude. I appreciate you coming through. I remember when gold was $5 for 1 gold. Now it's like 20 cents per gold. Drastic change in price. Yeah, I mean, the demand is also exponentially down too. Like, as more gold gets into the market as a whole, caravels, whatever, become more accessible, population goes down. It's just supply demand curve. I get that, but it's also crazy how many things outside of just like straight up hacking is like were present. Steven said if casuals don't like it, then it's not for them. Embrace the suck. I think you're misinterpreting that. And I don't think that Steven means that in a sense of if you come in and something isn't vibing, then go fuck yourself with embrace the suck. And a lot of people think embrace the suck means that if you don't like something, grit your teeth and get through it and it's gonna suck. And really, embrace the suck to a lot of people in the community was more so taken as a, if something feels bad, you need to be able to take that in stride and say, this is what sucks about it. This is how this could get better. This is what we're experiencing, instead of just saying this sucks and I'm leaving. And the goal isn't to have casuals come in and leave because it's not accessible. The goal is for people to come in, embrace the things that do suck in their desired gameplay loop to provide feedback on those things to improve them long term. That's what a lot of us get from Embrace the Suck. And I think a lot of people are trying to market it as this like, Steven's just telling people to fuck off if they don't like something. And it's more so just we're playtesting. And their common thing that they're saying is this is a playtest. Things are going to be bad, things are going to be good, but we got to keep playtesting. We got to keep doing it. And if everybody leaves, yes, development will continue, but it'll be much worse off because of it. Embracing the suck is just being here through the suck to see everything be better at the end. It's staying through the suck to get the cuddles after, essentially. Embrace the suck was for those complaining about how an alpha doesn't feel great and encouraging them to help it feel better, in my opinion. It means accepting and working through difficult or unpleasant situations rather than resisting or avoiding them. It's about confronting uncomfortable circumstances to overcome them and grow from the experience. Yes, exactly. Embracing it is embracing it. Rejecting the suck is different. And I think that Ashes is a game that will truly have a very accessible loop in terms of casuals coming in and feeling like they can be a part of the world while also having the super, super, super competitive, I want to try to put in 100 hours a day to be on the top end. And through that combination, you'll have a very cool ecosystem within everything, where you have the players who have no intent to even get to max level, who are just using it as a fucking chill world to run around in and hang out with their friends in, who don't even have an interest in being the best or doing the highest content. And then they're sitting in a town one day and they see somebody come in on the coolest mount that has the coolest weapon and the coolest armor set, and they're like, damn, maybe we do want to try to get that. That looks fucking sick. And they message you and they're like, how do you get that mount? And you tell them, like, oh, we have an animal husbandrist in our guild. We hunted these things here. We did this. You have to be this level. You have to have all of this. Like, anything like that can convert a player into an everyday player out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. I'd play if I could convince people to farm gear, something I don't want to do anyway. I mean, like, what do you mean I'd play if I could convince people to farm gear? There are always people farming gear. I think that it's a matter of genuinely, because I think a lot of your thing right now is that your guild is on break, right? And if a lot of your guild is on break and people aren't active, then you have a decision to make on whether you want to play in a guild that's not providing any advantage to you in the current term and, you know, go towards something that can provide current and immediate advantage, current and long-term advantage, or have it suck in the current time and then, you know, just get through it. And I think that's kind of like on your decision making. If you're a part of a community that's struggling to have people go out and gear farm, there are plenty of communities and communities that you watch every single day that have 2 scheduled guild gear farms. And I promise you, people are still doing it. People are still out there. People are still learning, evolving, and trying to get better. And not everyone's on break. And we talked about this yesterday during stream as well. But a lot of guilds that are saying we have 250 people, but 100 are on break. No, you have 100 people that, as far as you know, have quit the game and aren't coming back. And out of your 150, how many are still logging in? Oh, 100 of those don't log in because they're also on break? Cool, you have 50 people across your 5 guilds. A lot of people inflate their numbers. A lot of people say, oh, we're small right now because we just have people on break. We're not growing because we have people on break. We're not competitive because we have people on break. People on break are people that have quit. There's nothing that's guaranteeing that they're going to come back. They're not on a contract to come back. Just straight up. And too many people are like, oh, I'm sitting in this guild because everyone's definitely going to come back. Brother, if you're in a guild and people aren't active, the guild's just not active. Narc will come back. Okay, wait, what happened with Narc's YouTube? Sorry, I'm getting tidbits of so much drama today. Between me stopping a car that was rolling at my family with my bare hands like I was a fucking superhero. That really happened, by the way. Like, that's not an exaggeration at all. It was in neutral with nobody in it. Like, it's been a crazy day for me. So, did Narc delete his YouTube? Narc YouTube deleted. I mean, had he even been posting since the Ashes shit? But like, I wouldn't be shocked if he just stopped posting. He spit in the face of his entire community in one foul loogie. Like, brother had the most unnecessary crash out of all time. He probably still would be just fine and dandy and coasting along if he just left Ashes without making that video. I'll be so fucking honest. Just genuinely. If he just didn't upload that one video to try to go out with a bang, he'd probably still be comfortable. He could have milked so many more views now. I mean, even if he, hear me out, even if he had just left Ashes and gone to make content in another game, he would have still retained a portion of his viewership. It wouldn't be all of it. When I left New World, I had 150 average viewers. I came here and I averaged 40, and now I'm back in an okay spot. We're still growing day by day. But like, I didn't make a big, a big video about why I quit New World. I came out of New World and I popped over here and I just quietly started playing Ashes. People would come in and they'd be like, yo, Dusty, are you done with the New World? And I'd be like, yep. Yes, I am. Ask me anything about Ashes. And as a result, a lot of people from New World ended up coming to check out Ashes with the community. It's kind of crazy how that works. He tried to press on after, but I lost track. So I say this not from just like a shitting on him standpoint. I never watched his content prior to the crash out. I think we went through his YouTube the day that I like was alerted of the crash out. And I think I had watched like 2 minutes of one of his videos that he had posted in the past year. And I watched his big like crash out accusation video. And I got about like halfway through it before I had to take a break because I just didn't like listening to him talk. It was just something about the way that he was speaking that made me not want to tolerate any part of it. And I didn't. And I'm glad that I don't have to. I'm glad that I'm not forced to watch certain content creators, and I'm glad people aren't forced to watch the content creators they don't want to. But my God, I wonder how much different it would have been for him if he just didn't fucking upload that one video. But yeah, I think that was an ego death, like Voyle said. Same thing with Pirate Software, but slightly different. I think Narc started to really descend into true madness when Pirate Software came in and started having like Omega viewers and more eyes were on Ashes. I think that he started to have a little bit of a content creator ego death of like, it's no longer my directory, it's no longer my game, someone else bigger is coming in. And like, I think he had a big ego death and a crash out because of that. And he wanted to try to have this big like, I'm the Ashes guy, and feel like that, because in his mind Pirate was probably the Ashes guy. That's when his crash out started to get really bad. We timed it up like when we were watching all of that. Just genuinely looked bad. So I think the biggest thing in my mind that content creators struggle with is just the delicate ego death, man. So many content creators are unhappy with being where they're at, and the second people smaller than them grow a little bit and start to catch up, or the second they lose a little bit of their viewership or someone larger comes in, they get a scarcity mindset, and it's like a wild animal hissing at somebody over food. Like, no one interacts with the animal at that point. You don't want to pet it, you don't want to do anything. And I think that so many content creators eventually do that for so long that they hit a genuine point of just mental break and ego death, like I said. And when that happens, they crash out, their true colors come out, and they reveal how anti-other content creator they are. You get accusations of crazy shit. You get fucking just constant doomer mentality, and you get a lot of that. And you see that in so many small directories where there will be a content creator that's, been here forever, and somebody else comes in, and they either have more viewers or they come in with fewer viewers and then grow. And it's instantly like, wow, I don't like this person because this person is my competition. Instead of realizing, wow, this person is now bringing in more viewers to the directory as a whole. Awesome. I'm going to try to do that same thing, and then the entire directory grows. And a lot of people just don't think that simply. But I still stand by that's where my eggs are in the basket for that, man. Who would have thought the guy who bans the winner of marbles at the end of stream would crash out? Wait. Was that a thing that he did? That sounds kind of fun. Like, did he say that it was for like something else and then ban people? Or was he like, everybody that goes in this race is getting banned if you win? Because like, that sounds kind of cool, just from my standpoint. Yes, he did. He advertised it as something else? Oh. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Honestly, you should have kept going and milked the Ashes drama. Dude probably made a bag from one video. Narc? I don't think he made that much from that video. I'll be honest. A lot of the views came from Asmongold and Asmongold's side of it. And not a lot of people like actually clicking on the video. Now, it did have more views than like his normal content, right? But Asmongold made more money than Narc did because of Narc's crash out. I'll keep it up. Yes, he did. It was after you won. Wait, what? Wait, what the fuck do you mean? Am I on a Galaxy Gas induced trip right now, or what's happening? It was after I won? Or after anybody won? I was like, am I banned from Narc's? Did I win marbles one day? Okay, so he would do marbles and then randomly just after somebody won, he would ban them? Okay, yeah, that's shitty. Narc was subdued and not his normal self under the shadow of Asmon in that video. Yeah, I also don't think he made that much money from it. I'll be completely honest. I know in the gaming realm of things how much money people make per like 1,000 views on YouTube videos, especially in the Ashes like realm of things as a whole. And I can promise you it's not a ton. It's not a ton. And I mean, he probably made like maybe 1,000. Which is great off a video, but I'm saying maybe on the high end. I really don't think... What it have? 500k? Maybe 500k views? I don't know. I don't know what the current like tally on it is or anything. But if I had to guess, I'd say 500k on the high end. Which I don't necessarily think he's getting more than... Maybe, but I don't think... I've seen a lot of content creators actually collab and be actively a part of each other's podcasts and videos, which is amazing. I feel like they need to work together to increase Ashes. Yeah, no, I agree. I think a lot of content creators in Ashes are extremely small, and I think that while it's a certain level of Ashes content creators need to work together to increase visibility, it's also just a certain level of there needs to be as much Ashes content as possible, whether it's people working together, whether it's people who like to stay in their own lane and just do their own thing, whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Twitch, whether it's Twitter, whether it's a news article, whether it's anything. Genuinely, I think every single person that makes any form of content related to Ashes is so important to the entirety of Ashes, because we don't have a ton of people. We don't have a lot of people that watch the streams. We don't have a ton of eyes on the streams or anything. So did Pirate crash out, or why has he been playing? Pirate crashed out multiple times because he got farmed. Essentially, he declared an ongoing permanent war against Fed. Fed cooked his shit. And then eventually, after getting cooked for months, keep in mind, I'm not even in Fed. I run my own guild. But after getting cooked, he essentially found his exit when Intrepid announced that they were doing a time to kill and attribute rework in phase 2. And when they announced that, multiple pieces of gear had their, well, nearly every piece of gear had its attributes completely reworked. Every class in the game, every archetype had to re-gear. He threw a fit about how his community spent so much time farming up their gear that it was ridiculous for them to change one caster set over to a Fizz set. Keep in mind, the only piece that people used in actual gear sets from that set were pants. It wasn't even like you used the entire set. You just used the pants. So essentially, he goes on this tirade about how it's entirely ridiculous for Intrepid to change that gear set and how like they gain nothing from it. But he's not voicing opinions in a way that's like constructive. He takes a very passive aggressive stance with everything, as he always does. And so he'll rant about Ashes while he's playing other games, like, I don't know, like someone that got broken up with. And so this was the first step of it. And I think that there was more going on behind the scenes. We'll get into that in a second. But I think this was the first step of his like exit opportunity. So he kept going on rants about how it was ridiculous that his community spent so much time farming all of these pieces, and now they were having to re-gear. Keep in mind, Dude made a lot of fucking money just sitting there doing that re-gearing. More than most people in his chat make. Dude made a lot of money just doing that re-gearing if he would have just done it. Very simply put. It's the coolest job in the world. And I don't even make a fraction of what he makes. It's one of the coolest things ever. Fupo, hello. We're discussing all the drama today. So basically, Pirate takes his opportunity to leave with the re-gearing stuff after complaining about the re-gearing for a while. And essentially, after that, went on multiple different rants about how there was no directionality at Intrepid or in the playtesting environment or in development. None of the long-term econ changes that they were like trying to work on right now would be able to land and be implemented because they're hiring an econ designer, like an econ lead. And because they're hiring that position, there's logically no way that they could ever have any changes landing. So essentially just took a very outward stance against Intrepid. So then fast forward to the final days of Vira and Lineth, our old servers for phase 2. Vira and Lineth were set to be merged into one mega server. And essentially that was the original goal. Nodes were going to wipe, and based on community feedback, Intrepid said, we're going to have the merge server and we're going to have a fresh start server. So then the question was asked, where will you guys be going? Pirates plan to go to the merge server instead of the fresh start server where everybody else was planning to go to get the most content. And they announced that they were going to be, through streamers, by the way, that were playing in the directory as a part of Pirates. He didn't even say it himself. Like, they had to say it for him. That he had said they were going over to the merge server and they wouldn't be going to fresh. And so, from there was another step of it where Intrepid announced that the merge server, Resna, would only be available for 1 day. And after that, it would be wiped, taken offline permanently. They didn't say wipe. Taken offline permanently. It's dead. And we'd never see it again. Everybody would be on this 3-month stress test server show. And lo and behold, with more rants, more rambunctions, and more silliness, he eventually said that he would not be playing this phase at all. So he lost a large majority of his PvPers from his guild that decided to stay and be like dedicated players. And rumor has it, he may try to make a return in P3. I don't really think that will go well for him. I think they're going to be very behind, very down on players comparatively, and no matter how many viewers he has, if those viewers don't know what's up with Ashes, the same thing's going to happen. And like, genuinely, I think that is a rough thing for him to try to like stabilize from in this community at this point. He took a very scorched earth approach where he said they wanted the smoke with everybody, and they avoided the smoke with everybody after getting the smoke from one body and it being too much smoke. They got smoked out. They literally couldn't hang. They were coughing. They passed the bong with a little bit of smoke still left in it. Cardinal sin. And since then, we haven't seen him. And I'm convinced we're not going to see him. Now, I have a little theory that he was in Intrepid's ear trying to get them to keep the merge server up. And when Intrepid announced that they weren't going to be keeping the merge server up for Pirate Software's Playground, I think he crashed the fuck out. I think he absolutely fucking raged knowing that they weren't going to bend the knee to him and give them whatever he wanted. And I fucking love that. That makes me so goddamn happy to even think about. That's my theory, and it just tickles me pink to know that's even a possibility of him being in their ear like, hey, I really want this merge server for my community. And they were like, we'll give it to you for a day. And Steven's like fucking slapping his knee and laughing and shit, and like clapping and wheezing and coughing and stuff. Oh my fucking god, what a glorious scene. What a glorious scene. Drama in an MMO. Fupo. This is much worse than drama. This is much worse than drama. This is deep-rooted shit. Fupo, I'll catch you up, because this is going to be something that you're probably going to be hearing about, like, for a long time. I think this is step 1 of this. Encon, hello, I got the bot working, so what do you say the best way to pass it to you tomorrow to break it? DM in Discord. So, like, I guess what is my, like, purpose in, I guess, breaking the bot? I'm not too Discord savvy. Like, I'm not the person who does the bots for our Discord or anything like that. So like genuinely, I may not be the best person to do that, but there may be somebody in the Cats Discord that would volunteer for it. I genuinely, I don't really do much with Discord whatsoever. I don't design my own Discords. I don't design the Cats Discord. It's all other people. I stream the game, but don't consider myself a content creator. If you stream the game, you're a content creator. You're creating content. If anyone sees me streaming, I'm only streaming to get clips to show my friend at work that have kids and can't play games anymore. Ultra, that is like not to show my friends that can't play games anymore, but I started streaming so I could get cool clips and have memories to look back on when I wasn't gaming anymore. And through doing that, I'm now in a spot where hopefully for the foreseeable future, I won't have to be in a spot where I stop gaming and look back on those old clips, because the community supports me enough for me to be here making new clips all the time, making new memories all the time, making new things happen all the time. And I think everybody that creates content, whether it's seen by one person or 100,000 people, contributes with their content. Every single person's content is important, and at any point, any person's content could blow up more than anyone ever imagined. I never expected to have as many viewers as I do right now, and I do. And genuinely, even on my, these are downtime days. Tuesday, Wednesday, the game doesn't exist, right? And so, from my standpoint, I never thought that I'd be here literally just yapping, looking at Twitter, looking at that shit, and just in the spot that I'm in, right? And so I'd say anybody that's out there that's thinking about making content, thinking about posting a video, thinking about throwing a stream up, just fucking do it. Who cares if one person watches it? Go to twitchtracker.com, look at my stats, and you'll notice that I streamed about 8,000 hours without many people watching my shit at all. And I kept streaming. I've streamed about 13,000 hours. Right around there. I've streamed a lot of fucking hours, and a lot of those hours were to relatively no one. And eventually, people started showing up because I kept showing up. And if I got discouraged because I only had 5 viewers back in my Fortnite days, back in my WoW Classic days when I had 3 viewers, when I got rated for 80 viewers and shit my pants because it was the night that I was hitting level 60, like all of those moments, if I let those discourage me because I didn't have the most viewers, then I wouldn't be here now. And keep in mind, I still don't have the most viewers, but a lot of people will look and say I have a lot of viewers. If you have anybody that's going out of their way to watch your content, you already have a lot of people that are hanging out. Very simply put, conceptualize the number of people that we have in chat right now. Keep in mind, I stream with my viewers hidden. I have no idea. But conceptualize the number of people that we have in chat right now, just sitting in a room, hanging out, watching you play video games, watching you yap. It's a lot of fucking people. So even if that's 5 people, you put that in perspective and you're like, oh shit, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of cool. And they can be doing literally anything else. So yeah, I think Ashes in general needs more content creators, as many as possible. If the game doesn't exist and Fubo's from Vera on Tuesday, Wednesday, that means I'm a ghost. And Fubo, you exist in more places than Vera. I've seen you stream other stuff. Unless, did you have Veran Passport? Wait a minute. It's more than 5? Fuck. Was streaming from Vera. I didn't know they had internet. Wait, Fu. I was told that I couldn't get my phone on the Wi-Fi there. I was just trying to play some Bloons Tower Defense. And what is Void? What level of plane must I be on for this? How far from the essence is the Void net? Can I meet you at the Essence Geyser and potentially grab an Ethernet port there? Is that where they're at? Because surely the Essence Geyser in the desert just has a few plugins or something. Maybe some tables outside of it, like a little Starbucks. We can pull up, get some Wi-Fi, converse about the Void. The Essence flows through there. Wi-Fi antenna. I'm gonna start telling people that for the lore. That's Vera's Wi-Fi antenna. There's gonna be another one on the other continent, so that way we have global coverage like Iceland. I turn on the DustyWhy stream every day at work because I have to relax because the world's stressful. I always never know what this motherfucker's talking about, but he's hella entertaining. Yo, I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Today we're talking about very impactful things. Very impactful, serious things. And we're not gonna get through them if I keep yapping about other things. There's a whole thread on this. So, I'll catch you guys up real quick. Real quick. essentially, where we're at so far, Gilded Gaming, after rebranding from Envious to Gilded, has had yet another controversy that they're sorting through. Over the past few days, serious concerns have come to light involving a scam run by DA, allegedly, that has affected at least 10 members within Envious. After speaking with the affected members and reviewing what's been shared, we made the difficult but absolutely necessary decision to part ways not just with the guild, but also with the associated Discord and Polar Alliance. So they're going to be rebranding as Delirium and completely severing all ties. So, Phoenix Initiative member and former guild leader of Envious, DA, has been accused of conducting an account selling scam on over 10 members of the Envious Guild. Now, keep in mind, account selling is against terms of service, as is account buying. If 10 members were scammed, at least, allegedly, how many people would have received accounts? How many thousands of dollars actually changed hands? And how much RMTing was embedded within this community, and how deep does it go? Because RMTing doesn't just have to be buying gold to be outside of TOS. You can't buy somebody else's account. You can't log into somebody else's account. You can't account share with your buddy who doesn't want to play the game yet. You're not supposed to be sharing shit. Like, what's yours is supposed to be yours. And if they're at the point where these are important accounts that are being sold, these could probably be tracked too. And it's a matter of how deep it goes and how many people receive their accounts in this manner at this point. And I think this may legitimately open up like a whole subsequent can of worms here. So, now keep in mind, Phoenix Initiative is including the Avatar of the Phoenix, which allows Phoenix Initiative holders to work with the devs to design one of the world's fortresses, 5 additional closed beta keys, an additional invitation to the launch party in Vegas, 2 nights of accommodations provided at the Wynn Resort, invitation to dinner with the dev team during the launch party weekend, a weekend-long gaming session, including a campaign of D&D set in the Ashes of Creation world GM'd by Steven, Avatar of the Phoenix Forum badge, unique in-game character title, and you also get access to the Instance Off Phoenix Initiative Lounge. So basically, players in the Phoenix Initiative are able to enter an exclusive in-game instance where they can interact directly with developers and game masters. The PI instance is intended to be an inter-server instanced area. This will not be a cross-region instance. There will be separate NA and EU PI instances. They'll be accessible through port keys available in most towns and potentially through a freehold decor item gifted to club members. No fast travel will be possible through the PI instance, and no player-to-player trading or dropping and picking up items will be possible in the PI instance. But these accounts still come with a ton of benefits. Now, these are all cosmetic benefits and just like quality of life. Like it's nothing that's convenience, nothing that is pay for progression, pay to win, pay to anything. It's not even like real quality of life shit. It's just looking drippy. That's all it is. And access to the instance. But with that being said, you still can't just sell shit. Victor, I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. I appreciate you coming through. So, the accusations are as follows. DA sold, allegedly, the Envious/Gilded Gaming Discord, which he owned, to a tabletop game company for approximately $10,000 USD. The Discord is indeed nuked and rebranded. That's confirmed. The reason for that would be the tag. That tag has the original GG tag on it, and Discord tags are limited right now. Discord tags are also exclusive to certain Discords. We have the Cats tag. The GG tag is probably going to be one of the most sought after tags just because of how many people in gaming use GG for their stuff. It's a ton. So very sought after. Again, these are all accusations. DA allegedly agreed to sell accounts to several Envious members for approximately $2,000 USD each. That is very bad because buying and selling of accounts in a community is very, in the first place, not good against TOS. But if you're buying and selling accounts for 2K each within your community, what else are people buying and selling within that community? What else are people buying and selling? As far as I know, they're not mutually exclusive. I'm pretty sure that each Discord tag with like the symbol and tag combo can only be used by one Discord. I may be wrong on that, but that's everything that we've read so far. If you want to look into it, feel free, maybe verify, but there's a website with any name on it. What do you mean there's a website with any name on it? You can type in any name you want and join it. Okay, cool. So are there duplicates or is it the symbol combo with the name? That's interesting as fuck. Because I know that they were also for a while exclusive. Yes, dupes? Huh, okay, cool. Learned something today, and chat again was wrong. Last time I trust chat. Chat was even like confident in that shit too. Interesting. So what is the point of that then? What would be the point of that? No clue. Yeah, if it's not exclusive, then what the fuck would be the point? The people in it? But that doesn't really make much sense either. This makes the rumor 10k more baseless for the Discord sale. Yeah, but also people will pay a shitload of money for random shit. That's weird though. So, are there really that many Discord tags out? You can get any Discord tag, Nelly.tools. How the fuck do you find these things? Wait a minute. This list will be sunset on 7/27. Why? The list was originally created during the Gaming Guild's rollouts in 2024 when their amount was about 40. It was never meant to be anything more than a small auto-updating mirror of the in-app clan discovery with a few extra manual submissions. When guild tags returned to select servers, we brought the page back, but we did not anticipate it would later reach over 10,000 servers. Oh no. Oh no. Well, we've been able to update this many servers in a reasonable amount of time so far. We definitely don't want the list to keep growing forever, especially once the rollout reaches 100%. Oh god. There's some interesting ones in there. Yeah, I'm not shocked. Interesting. Invisible tag? I'm so confused. Wait, so can I type cats? Is that gonna bring hours up? Cats, 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 cats. Cappy. The Battle Cats Discord server is also cats. The gay cats, aka silly cats, go by meow. Huh. There are a couple meows in there. We need to submit ours. No. No. No, 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 no. This website looks like it has some degen shit on it. Meow. That looks like it has some degen shit on it. Meow. Here's what's on Discord's support site. A server tag allows members of a server to represent that server everywhere on Discord. A server tag is a custom 4-character label paired with an icon. While not unique to each server, it lets members proudly display a shared identity on their custom profile. Beautiful. Beautiful. But I also know that it's still experimental and not available to all servers. Yeah, so that website said that it was on about 10,000 servers as of their last announcement. So that is still a very low number that do even have access to a tag in the grand scheme of like how many Discord servers there are in the world. So maybe, but I don't necessarily think with it being not exclusive that it would be like 10k. Available to any of mine? Yeah, no, it's not available to my community one either. Like the discord.gg/DustyWhy is boosted and has had a lot of people in it for a while and still does not have that. So yeah. Okay. Onward and upward. We're back. I think that 10k number is including sales and accounts. Okay, well, supposedly that's just for the Discord server. Supposedly. Which, that's a lot of fucking money for just a Discord server. Either way, DA agreed to sell PA accounts, allegedly, to several envious members for approximately 2K USD each. Which, I don't know the price of Phoenix Initiative, but I want to say that it was more than 2,000. I think he'd be taking a loss on that. But someone can verify. I feel like that was a lot of money to get PI, but there may have been other ways. But I'm also very poor and got my access in 2024. Early 2024, I should say, January. But DA allegedly then blocked these members and ghosted them, pocketing the money. So essentially you have 2,500 for PI. That's what I thought. Open image in new tab. That's what I thought as well. I thought all Discord accounts will be linked with PI tags, so you would know who joined when. I don't know. Could have been fake Discords as well, I guess. And not like fake Discords, but other Discords. But he was selling basic Kickstarter accounts that people could upgrade to PI. Oh, is that the proper, like, accusation? Was that he just had a shitload of Kickstarter accounts from back in the day that he was allegedly selling that people could upgrade to PI? Got it. So the basic Kickstarter account would be 2,000, and then you'd upgrade it to Phoenix Initiative with your own money. Okay. That makes sense. So keep in mind, it's all accusations at this point, but this is a Discord message from some source. You don't know if you've heard the news/drama. TLDR. DA was allegedly caught scamming over 10 envious members and many more outside of the guild over the past 6 months or so, was scamming them for PI accounts, offering to sell them to people for 2,000. Then after receiving payment, he would block the buyer and disappear. Just sold the envious Discord after receiving an offer for 10K, supposedly, but checks out for how big the server was. They spam deleted any proof or any messages that we said and then deleted us from the server before selling it. Yo, Zybe. What up, Go? How you doing today? Jose, thank you for the link, my friend. I appreciate you. We must verify we're human. Oh, damn. Okay. So, you could get the $25 Explorer pack. And then you'd be able to upgrade that all the way through to Royalty, to Hero of the People, and to Avatar of the Phoenix. Let's see. And at 2,500, have your character immortalized within Ashes of Creation, personal statue in game world, 5 additional closed beta keys, gain access to the Phoenix Initiative, gain access to the monthly live Q&A session, work with the devs to design an event within Ashes of Creation, receive an invitation to tour Intrepid Studios, unique Royalty Forum badge, unique in-game character title, and then an Intrepid Studios dev shirt signed by the team. So, are people really RMT and Alpha? Oh yeah, you underestimate how much money some people have. Oh, people have bought gold, people have bought items. You have to remember, people pay for OnlyFans. Like, people pay to see people naked when they could just Google boobs. Some people have too much money. Some people genuinely just spend money on crazy shit. Like, it is what it is. Hello, fellow bald man. How are my bald eagles doing tonight? Is it weird that I took a shower while listening to you in the gossip? No, that's fine. How was your shower? Was it better with me there? I had an RMT gold seller come into my chat on Saturday, and then he posted his Switch name in global on Monday. Oh, wait, you posted his Switch name on global on Monday? Nice. Wait, so what did the RMTers say? I feel like RMT is like Rule 34. If it's possible, someone will make it happen. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And so the way that these upgrades work is essentially within your kind of like era of pack that you bought, there were different tiers. And if you go on the Ashes store, you can upgrade your pack if you don't have the highest tier within that era. So I don't have name reservation with my pack. I can pay $125 more to get name reservation. Dono goal coming soon. So with that, I'll upgrade my pack. I'll get name res. I'll get whatever else that comes with. And that's something that I could do. Now, if you bought a bunch of these, the Explorer packs, people could upgrade them theoretically all the way through to Avatar of the Phoenix. And if they have that, in terms of the money, it's entirely doable. Some people just have too much money and not enough time, and, you know, people will want to have all the support of a game that they like all of the hype of the, you know, I was here since Kickstarter, and they're willing to pay a lot for that. They're willing to pay a lot for that. Parlor games. Wait a minute. Oh, this was all of their... Oh, shit. Okay, so this was all their, like, goals for the Kickstarter stretch goals. This goes so far back. The early graphic design is fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Doggett versus PCAT. Yeah, this shit's crazy. You can only upgrade your packet if you bought one of the original packs. So, yeah, like, in terms of upgrading in this to the Phoenix Initiative, like, you would have to buy one of these original packs, correct? And each pack has its own kind of, like, era that it can upgrade within. So, like, my pack has its own era from January 2024, where I can upgrade to the other January 2024 packs, but I couldn't upgrade to, like, this pack from back in the day. Exactly. Exactly. So, let's see. That's this. We already talked about that one. We covered that. Discussion of this has been heavily filtered in the Ashes of Creation Discord as it breaks the long-standing rules against accusations of this kind. Welcome to not the Ashes of Creation Discord. Very nice. Oh. Wait, was this a reply to Crix? It's fine to discuss forming on Maybe Guild. It's fine to chat about parting ways with other people in the community. For more serious accusations, this is a place for it. We're aware of the conversations that are happening, but this Discord is the battleground for this. Okay, I mean, that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable take from the devs. So, essentially, that's the accusations wrapped up in a nutshell. Mainly just the whole accusation of the selling packs, scamming people based off those packs, and allegedly doing that. Now, Ash the Moment says, DA has been one of the most prolific, active, and deeply connected members of the community for years, but none of these accusations have been proven. The envious Discord, however, is no more. And then they attach this beautiful screenshot. He says, I doubt you'll be able to ban people for buying accounts, but I can assure you everyone thinks about selling when it's time to quit for good. DA and Charlie disappeared even before all this came out. Yeah, I hadn't heard from DA in a while, personally. So I'm more so just conveying the information here. And originally, we thought that guild, like, tags on Discord were unique. They're not exclusive. Like, they're not exclusive. So the 10K for a Discord is a lot. We're not quite sure what the entirety of that is. But if there is anything associated with that that's proven true, that's going to be a very, very slippery slope of a lot of people being called into question. So I'm going to smoke real quick. I'm going to fill up my water. And then we're going to move on to the next drama. Why are bald men no longer shining their heads like it was the late 1990s and early 2000s? We'll be here for discussion in a second, chat. Stay sexy. I wish there was like... I don't know. I wish there was actual drama. Like, what if somebody, like, I don't know, fucking threw a Molotov at somebody else's house or something? Like, what if our drama was, like, actual, like, I don't know, peak 90s rap levels of beef? Like, everybody's so quick to, like, I don't know, yap in Discord, yap in Global, like, spin an ops block. You know, I want to hear about, like, Nova formed up a 40-man raid IRL. And, like, I don't know, fucking pulled up on Polar. And there was this, like, huge standoff. You can get that, go play Eve. Motherfuckers in Eve actually like that? Are there actually people like that in Eve? I mean, I'd believe it. I've heard stories about Eve. I've heard a lot of stories. He talked about it as a simple job. Him and his friends run the caravans every day and sell for real money. I mean, Pog, what are they pulling hourly? They cut the power to someone's house to win a war in-game. What? Wait. That's kind of genius. Because, like, a DDoS, you can kind of, like, just prepare for that. But, like, if the power gets cut out, how are you going to... How are you going to do that? You know, how are you going to recover? Pirate just wants Ashes to be low fantasy Eve. Wasn't Eve just all Zerg all the time with no Zerg checks? Because I do hope that there are Zerg checks in Ashes. Like, Zerg checks are incredibly important. Now, again, Zergs will always be a certain level of Zergy, right? But I don't think that every Zerg just needs to be oppressive in every facet of the game, every aspect of the game. But Eve with spreadsheet simulators? Oh no. Oh no. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I mean, spreadsheet sims are very cool to a certain extent, but it's also like, at what point could this just be, I don't know, in-game pertinent information? I'm done. What do you mean by Zerg check? So, a Zerg check is essentially... there are many forms of it. Either through numbers match gameplay modes being prevalent, through having systems where smaller groups can win fights against larger groups, but essentially in games where there aren't Zerg checks, you are incentivized to scale up your numbers and only your numbers. And it doesn't matter how good everyone is, it doesn't matter how coordinated everyone is. At a certain extent, if you just have the most numbers, you win. And a lot of very large scale games, especially sandboxy level from an outside looking in, tend to have that level of just no checks on it. Could have an encumbered debuff if too many friendly people are near you, things like that maybe. Yeah. Anything from like a debuff if like too many people are condensed in an area to even through the reasonable balance of the game, having enough potential with a smaller group of people to, if you execute correctly, have the pop to kill a large group of people. Just like the facets existing in the game to potentially have outplay smaller numbers beats larger numbers scenario. And I think that in the sense of why Pirates got kind of cooked, they had the large numbers. They had a lot of large numbers. Fed did too. But Fed also had a lot of the kind of like strength behind those numbers, much more than Pirates did on average. And as a result of that, Fed and Pirates would try to fight, and Pirates would just be near completely outclassed in those fights once they got established. There were good back and forth moments, but overwhelmingly it was anything that was relatively even numbers match. It was just completely cooked, and Pirates needed a significant numbers up to have really any chance. And that was against Fed. That wasn't even against the big bad Vira guilds that were, you know, PvP warmongers that couldn't even build up a server. Imagine. Not gonna lie, it's kind of crazy. Fedra and Lineth. Okay. Okay. I'm sure they have people on break, as does every guild. But I will say, I most definitely expected more of an aggressive presence than what we have. Yeah, I definitely expected much more of an aggressive presence. It seemed like they were going to come over here and it was like the Fed or dead approach, right? Prior to the servers coming together. And I don't think I've heard Fed or dead in a month and like 10 days roughly. Cuz server's been up for 9 days and a month, so if Fed gave Lynn the run for their money, if Fed feels small guild energy, that's coming for me. So a lot of guilds are chilling out for this phase. And a lot of guilds are also taking a route of like teaching a lot of newer players the ropes and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily think everybody is out for blood in the realm of like trying to be as comp as they were P2. But I also think, as Zybe said, Vyra PvP was just on a higher level than Lineth was. It just simply was. I said this when Vyra was up, but if you took the RP guilds from Vyra, like Doonhold and shit like that, and you put them on Lineth, they would have been in the Lineth competitive scene instantly. Like, everyone wants to say Doonhold this, Doonhold that. They can spin up 30 to 40 like nothing. And that alone on Lineth would have been enough to be competitive. They'd have run Lineth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're respectable fucking PvPers. They just like to chill in RP as well. And on Vyra, there was no time to chill in RP as well if you wanted to be the respectable PvPer. So, like, you had this level, and I think this is also something that needs to kind of, like, fill in with more player base. But we're starting to notice it this patch, I think. And it was essentially, like, you had your S tier, which were your early playtesters, your freaks that got brought into the community that were just really good at games, right? And then you had your B tier, and there was no real A tier. And so I think we're starting to see people move into the A tier to be like, you know, you have your top 0.1% in your S tier, then you have your top 1% in your A tier, top 5% in your B tier, 10% in your C tier, and it just opens up through there, right? And I think that through more player-based development, we will see a lot more T2 and T3 guilds. I mean, our goal is to hopefully at some point be, you know, on the competitive end of the spectrum as much as we can. But like, our goal realistically with our approach to casual players and stuff like that, we're going to learn from the T1 guilds, and T1 guilds will very likely help us out and be our friends, but we'll probably be T2, maybe even T3, maybe even below that. But we bring everybody in, and our goal is to be as competitive as we can with that. So naturally there's a level of like, you know, our best players are kind of getting their pant leg pulled a little bit. And that's okay, because that's how we teach more people, and eventually guilds can grow from T3 to T2 to T1. That's how every guild that's now T1 got there. It's just a matter of, it gets harder to grow through those ranks the longer it goes through playtesting, because more guilds get more established. Your T1 moves further away. It's not like T1 hits a wall where they just stop growing and progressing. They grow faster. So if you're a T3 trying to go to T2, T2 trying to go to T1, you've got to have a lot of momentum. And that's what we're trying to do with ourselves. So yeah, it'll be great as there are more guilds like-minded to us, where we want to constantly punch up. We want to take all of our players that we can and just get them in the hardest content that we can. And it's okay if we lose as long as we're learning from it, right? And I think that'll help out a lot. And I think that honestly, by the time P3 rolls around, especially in like the T3 fighting T2 scene, you're going to see so many of those guilds that were like RP guilds on Lineth, hopefully having somewhat of a presence in that like lower to mid tier PvP scene, because there were a lot of people there that were doing that. Yo, Devo, hope you're having a beautiful night, brother. So many people focus on trying to be the best in Elephant. It's pointless. Look at most of the guilds that think they're the best on the server, and they die off after a month or so because the only thing they care about is PvP and nothing else. I mean, different strokes for different folks. Personally, I think like there are motivators for everybody, but I do agree a lot of people have a very short-term approach that's leading to burnout in the community. And a lot of kind of like unethical things occurring within their community. And that's one thing that we try to reiterate as much as we possibly can for our people, is that like, while we want to be good, while we are trying to, you know, by the launch of the game, be in a spot where we are very much so ready to go, we're also trying to go about it without exploiting, without corruption baiting, without doing the, you know, the shit that's like community pain points, the shit that's a little more gray area. And we're staying out of the accusations, we're staying out of the drama, we're staying out of all that shit. And I think that there are guilds that are focused and communities that are focused on short term, like we won this, we won that. And then there are also communities that are focused on like the long, I want to win launch when it matters. And up until launch, it's okay to not be the best at something directly, right? So, seems like EU guilds are top tier PvP guilds. I mean, the EU guilds and 8v8s are very good. Genuinely very good. Every aspect of Ash's PvP is entirely different, and depending on like the numbers that you run, the stipulations on the tourney, stuff like that, like EU came out and showed out in the 8v8s. There's always large scale, small scale, like you've got 1v1s, 3v3s, 5v5s. You've got so many different things where everyone could kind of be like the best at something different, and that can change so much of the playstyle. But yeah, EU played great, man, especially considering they were pinged down. Like, they are also used to playing 3 support in their tournaments, and so they got to use a 4th support over here. And like, I fought against both of the teams that were in the finals, and we were talking about how fucking tanky they felt compared to NA teams. Even like, we weren't playing the greatest of our lives. I was playing pretty poorly myself as a shot caller especially, and I was nervous as motherfucker. But like, fighting the EU teams in particular, they were so fucking chunky and organized, and like, dude, it was crazy. It was crazy. It was another level for sure. And I think that communities that are in the right frame of mind will see something like that, and they're like, all right, how do we learn from that, right? We actually had people from the EU winning teams that were sending us their builds and offering to actually help us and give us their strategies, give us their VODs, give us their reviews. And it's kind of cool, man. The whole community does want to grow it. As US citizen, I'll always give EU shit. Same. But they're legit PvPers. They're good. Are they the best? I have no idea, but they're good. I think that every region has good and bad players. I'll be completely honest. But like, the best of the best in any region are really good. The best of the best in any region are also going to give each other shit a lot. I have my own EU propaganda. I have a can of Heinz beans in my pantry right now. I give EU shit multiple times a day. But there are a lot of people that support the channel from EU that are very, like, you know, welcome members of the community that are here every day. And genuinely, as much as it is, it's just that. It's giving each other shit. Yeah, I think there are a lot of good players on both sides, and I think, like, EU versus NA banter aside, a lot of people on both sides just seem to be very happy that there was that level of content this early in playtesting. So, most real PvPers don't get the PvP. Those that don't understand, if you keep people from PvP, they simply won't PvP. Yeah, no, I agree. I think opening all that up and the knowledge flow just facilitates more people playing on a higher level, which gets the highest level more PvP. It is absolutely a cycle of just, we bring up the collective floor, so that way we at the ceiling, and not like me at the ceiling, I'm nowhere near that, but like where we at the ceiling are able to then push the ceiling higher. And it's more people pushing the ceiling higher faster. Iron sharpens iron. You get better quicker with more better people to fight against. And so many people are short-sighted, and they're like, oh, I have this bit of tech. Wow, I figured this out for a build. I'm not going to share this. And then you have people who are like, yo, Dusty, I just found this crazy as shit. Like, it's really cool. People are idiots if they thought they wouldn't reset it. Are we talking, like, server-wise? I think the other poor viewpoint is that Ash is a PvP game when it's been said 1,000 times that it's not. It's a PvX game. Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that a lot of people misinterpret PvX as like, this means PvP is always on. No, that literally means player versus everything. Like that's player versus all of it. That means that the entire gameplay loop is well integrated into one gameplay loop. And while Ashes always has the risk of PvP, the breakout of PvP, and the potential for PvP, even if you're a PvPer, most of your gameplay loop at the end of the day is going to be PvE. If you're PvPing under leveled, under geared, you're going to feel it. especially long term. When leveling takes month plus for most players, people are definitely going to feel it if they're behind the curve. When people were complaining that June Dark went to a developable node and they wanted to stay PvP, people have wanted lawless areas as everyday areas for a while, though, in all fairness. I don't think it was just the June Dark. I think it was a matter of the June Dark having very good items and a lot of people always in it that presented more of a constant state of PvP, which accentuated that for players. I think that's why the June Dark had more of a, I don't know, just focused, this is bad to take out response than areas like the desert. The desert had fewer people over there. It was the same concept with lawless, but it didn't really have that many people over there when it was lawless. And we've discussed this a lot because we had people on both sides of the coin happy that it's no longer lawless, but also simultaneously bored that the options are now go out, stand on a named mob spawn point, and basic attack with a melee weapon. Wait for the tag to pop up, hope you get the tag and the kill, and then hope you get a drop.
Is absolutely
Yo, Dinner Watch, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And like, it's a little bit of a catch-22. And we're trying to be in a spot where we stay providing feedback on all of that, but it's definitely not the ideal transition right now. Having it go from an entirely contestable area to having it be sit there and auto attack. I'll be honest, it's not the most encouraging thing, but I will say we know that every mayorable node, every developable node will be not lawless, but we've also thought about Ayo Thumbs.
Apes together.
Thank you for the 2 months, dude. I appreciate you. The big primer getting you out of the ads. The prime and refresh is the most classic combo. Dusty, I swear to God. What? Shut up, stupid. Shut up, stupid. You're short, stubby arms, small arms, not even retired yet. And then when you are retired, you're going to be a retired old man. Shit, what up? What'd I do? Anyways, I'll snap you in half. You promised that. Dusty looks small. I'm 6'5", 190. So I'm tall, but I have a very petite waist. I'm a 32-inch waist, and I'm not very, like, brolic or anything, but, like, I'm a basketball player. Well, I was a basketball player in my earlier life. If I tried to dunk now, I'd probably tear my Achilles, but Dusty looks like the only player Julian Newman can be. Dude doesn't move on his crossovers and still somehow crosses me up. Oh, no. I'm 6'2", 240, 250. Are you like a farm boy? Because that's the farm boy build up here. Like, if you did your summers throwing hay and stuff like that, then that's your generic build up here. But I live in Maine, so people are just kind of like actually built like fences. Cornbread fed most of my life. I love that. Yeah, so you one of the motherfuckers that's built like this Germex bottle. Like, just from the ground up, you were just like sturdy. And then your head looks like it's just a tiny ass portion of your entire body. Probably got those wide ass hands. So like when you shake somebody's hand, it just like does this and like crushes their fucking fingers instead of actually handshaking. My head is huge. How's the neck? Bro, you absolutely have those massive ass hands. Absolutely have those wide ass hands, bro. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I've seen the build. I've seen the build. I shook an old coworker's hands and he asked what the fuck was wrong with my hands. Bro, I'm telling you, I know your fucking build. Like, that just general, like, it's like an NBA 2K My Player. There are only so many variations of 6'2", 240 to 250. Because it's like, If you're 6'2", 300, then you're either like, you know, a large man that's not active, or you're like a lineman in football, right? If you're an athlete. If you're 6'2" and like, you know, 190, 200, right? Then you're like me. You're like basketball player build. If you're shorter, you're probably a soccer player or something like that. If you're right in the middle of that, 6'2", 240, 250, you're either like a fucking lumberjack or like, I don't know, fucking manual labor construction worker that just likes to work with a shovel over an excavator because he gets it done faster. I feel like just something along that line of work is the typical long-term thing. I wear like a 4XL or 5XL glove. Jesus fucking Christ. I wear an XL glove, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know what I can use for reference. People always say I have big hands, but like I have like long hands. This is a G Pro X60 wireless keyboard. It's a 60% keyboard, so it's a little bit, you know, smaller than a full keyboard. But like my hand lengthwise takes up like a good majority of it, and I have like a, you know, a finger spread too. So like, wait, there's a Twitch streamer that's about to throw the first pitch for an MLB game. It's amazing how mainstream it is now. If you get the first pitch for a team, who would it be? If I could throw a first pitch for any team, is it, wait, who's the streamer that's first pitching right now? That's really cool though. No, that is crazy how mainstream everything is. Oh wait, really? Oh, that's going to go poorly. Oh wait, my money is on that pitch being fucking awful. I'm rooting for her though. Oh my god, wait. I don't want to like prey on anyone's downfall. But like, I got my money on that going poorly. Wait, is it on her Twitch? Hold on. Oh, wait. Yeah, I just pulled it up. When warming up, there were 2 out of 10 pitches that were okay. Okay is crazy. Wait. A few pitches that were okay is crazy. Yeah, this is not gonna go well. The one glove, she has nails too. Nah, there's no way. She has nails too. Nah, anyone who, yeah. Like, she's gonna have to like short arm it. There's no way that expands. Like, what's the, we need a T-pose. Wait. She's got Jim Carrey warming up the pitch. Looks so youthful. It's like Jim Carrey mixed with BB No Money. Old Babinos. Alright, so like what are the odds that this is a good pitch at all? At all. Alright, we'll stay updated on that. I've got it pulled up. What did I just walk into? So we'll put it very simply. Streamer in cosplay is about to throw out first pitch at baseball game. And my prediction is that the first pitch is going to be a really, really bad pitch. So Schmoozen asked which team I would throw out a first pitch for. And I was asking if it would be like, if it would be limited to a first pitch or if it would just be like any game's opening ceremony. Because if it was for any sports opening ceremony, okay, anything's opening ceremony. Let's see. I definitely feel like hitting the ceremonial first drive at the Masters. I'd fucking shank that shit and claim 3 lives. Dude, I don't do well with pressure on me. I choke when I'm playing through a group and they're watching me tee off. If I'm playing through on a group, I'm hitting iron off the tee so I don't shank that shit and play some tree ball. I would absolutely get manslaughter charges if I hit the ceremonial first drive at the Masters. They wouldn't be able to let anybody watch that shit. Oh no. Oh no. Kickoff for the Super Bowl? I'd fucking tear something and genuinely, like, I feel like it'd be the coin flip for the Super Bowl, first of all. Because they for the Super Bowl and for football, they bring out somebody cool and they're like, this person's gonna flip the coin. That would be lame. I feel like, what would be the start of an NBA game? Because I grew up a basketball player. I played basketball in college, so basketball has always been my go-to. Tip-off? Right, but like, would you bring somebody out for like a ceremonial tip-off, or would I like throw the ball up instead of the ref and then like scuttle off the court really fast? Because I guess that would be cool to like throw out the opening tip during the NBA Finals and then like fucking Zoidberg off the court, right? Half court shot. Oh, okay. Like, personally, if you gave me the choice to throw out a first pitch at a baseball game that nobody cares about, or to come down and do a halftime challenge at an NBA game where I had to like a layup, foul shot, 3 half court shot, and you gave me money if I hit those within a minute, I'm convinced I could hit all of those within a minute relatively consistently. I was a shooter my entire life, and that is not very like unfeasible. Like, I wouldn't try to do anything fancy. I'll just take a basic ass layup. You wouldn't be allowed to take the money though. You played collegiate. What if I didn't play anywhere important enough? That pressure though, I've hit higher pressure shots. I mean, less money involved, but like, I mean, I guess an NBA arena is entirely different than like the stuff that I played in, right? Than $1 million shot. I mean, if it's $1 million, that's a lot more money. That's a lot more money. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I was thinking if it was like $1,000 or something, I don't know, like $1,000, I'd be like nervous, but I wouldn't be like, and like, I've hit game-winning shots. I've hit like fucking foul shots to go ahead with less than a second on the clock in the playoffs. Like, I've hit like stone cold shots. Like, I turn my mind off and shoot ball. But like $1 million is life-changing amount of money. We went over how much money I make on Twitch. Like, I showed my Twitch earnings a few days ago because chat was asking about it. It's not a lot, dog. It's not a lot. Like, $1 million would be enough to literally, for most people, not worry about a single thing ever again. Yeah, that'd be life-changing. I mean, maybe not for everyone, but oh wait, no, she just did like a. Okay, hold on. I think they're actually getting ready to go. I think they're getting ready to go. Hold on, let's do a poll. Or a predict. / predict. Hold on. Is this pitch awful? Yes, no. All right, boys. Wait. Is the pitch in the dirt? I guess we need to do it here. Does pitch reach home plate? Yes or no? You guys have 1 minute. Does the pitch actually reach home plate? Yes or no? I feel like they're going to cheat and move her closer, but I feel like it still won't matter, if I'm being completely honest. Does it have to be in the air? Yes. It cannot bounce. It cannot bounce. It has to reach home plate without bouncing. I just had a character limit. So, yeah, it has to reach home without bouncing. It has to be like a delivered to the person behind home plate without a bounce. Boys, click on the purple predict button up at the top of chat, or maybe down to the bottom if you're on mobile or some weird shit. But you can take your monkey bucks that you get from lurking, following, subbing, everything in between. Those are how you can get your VIP badge in the chat very quickly. And by very quickly, I mean you need 420,069 of those bad boys. So, no, I think it's 690. Make sure you get your gambas in. We got some haters out there, and we got some good chances for you guys to earn monkey buckaroos as well on your voyage to become a VIP in the chat. I have 9 points left. Good, good. You'll get more. You'll get more. Is this... I'm not convinced. I hope she hits it. If they move her closer, I call null and void. But like, how much closer would they have to move her to actually make it viable? Genuinely. But yeah, so like, I've never done anything for $1 million before. So like, I don't know the pressure of having that on the line or not, right? But I'm pretty confident in my basketball abilities. Like, I think if you gave me a minute to do a layup, a foul shot, a three-point shot, and a half-court shot for $1 million, there's a chance. I mean, those are still hard shots to hit. Like, you could get fucked over and brick every single three. Who knows? Who knows? The Houston Rockets did it. So, like, it's been done before on, like, a larger scale. But, like, I could also just go 4 for 4 real quick. I've done that exact loop 4 for 4 many times to end shooting days. It's literally what I used to do to end a shooting day. I would either do that or I would do a 3 from each spot outside of the arc, like corner, corner, wing, wing, top of the key. And if I missed any in the cycle, you just go back and start again until you don't miss any of the 5. So like, that was just how I used to end my days. And it wasn't like $1 million on the line. So I can't really say how replicatable it would be. But what I have confidently said for a while is that for $1 million, I would definitely suck a random dude's dick. And if anybody says they wouldn't, you're lying. There are a lot of people that cap in this chat, and they're willing to say that $1 million, they wouldn't do that. You would. You literally just would. And oh, this pitch is fucked. I mean, although that was kind of a turbo cannon. Is that Will Neff? There go my points. That was almost overthrown. Genuinely almost overthrown. I need to update myself more in like the influencer sphere of things. Like, I'm not like an anti-influencer streamer, but I'm a streamer with no ambitions of ever being an influencer. And like, I don't know, shit like this, like, sure, it's cool, right? But people have tried to tell me multiple times and like convince me like, Dusty, like you're an important streamer. People look forward to your content. Like a lot of people in the MMO scene know who you are. Like so many of these big content creators have come through your channel and followed you and stuff like that. And like, people are like, oh, like, you know, people come through and they will follow you to other games and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. I'm not an influencer. I'm not a big streamer. I'm just a small streamer in my corner of the internet. And I don't know. I don't really aspire to be that like posting something on Instagram and having it get a zillion likes and shit like that. I just like being able to start streaming and, you know, have a bunch of people that come in and hang out for stream. It makes me extremely happy and extremely appreciative that so many people do. All right. All right, how is this gonna go? This is gonna certainly go terribly, chat. Is she doing it from the mound? Yeah, they might have her at 66 feet. They might have her at 66 feet, and she might be fucked. I hope she throws some heat. Bro, what if she just like, what if she's a knuckleballer? She comes through with the cleanest knuckleball of all time. 98 miles per hour incoming. Bro, can you fucking imagine? Just a full clean wind up. I mean, surely it's not the worst first pitch of all time, right? It can't be that bad. Like it can't be bad. Whose dad is that? A high kick out? Wait, like, are we talking like the old Bronson Arroyo type delivery? Nah, she's cooked. She's got the ooh toes going right now, look. Nah, this is going to come out in the grass. I'm not even saying in the dirt. It's coming out in the grass, and then there's gonna be like a covered mouth, downward looking giggle. That's my bingo card right now, chat. That's my lottery ticket and my Powerball. It's the cameraman. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, bro, it can't be the worst one ever, right? It can't be. Not sure it's the worst impossible. I'm pretty sure they've had worse than what we'll see here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, the worst first pitches ever are fucking terrible. Like, 50 Cent's first pitch is absolutely up there. Absolutely up there. Who else has had terrible ones? Didn't, like, Carly Rae Jepsen have a fucking terrible one or something like that? Why do they just have that guy waving for so long? Oh, wait, 2 first pitches. Okay. Okay, wait, that one was... Obama had a really bad one. Did he? Okay. Word. All right. The crowd goes wild. All right, boys, here we are. Here we are. It's in the dirt. It's in the dirt. It's in the dirt, but it's not that bad. It's in the dirt, but it's not the worst. That's an acceptable first pitch. Now the question is, did that actually make it to home plate before impacting the dirt? And I don't think we can consider that a success. That's nowhere near the worst. That is nowhere near the worst. Exactly. That was... It made it to the batter's box. Yeah, that would have been quite possibly the least devastating hit by pitch in history. Yeah, that... They probably would not have even given a base. Wait. Oh, wait. Does pitch reach home plate? No, it did not reach home plate. Congratulations. The batter might have been hit. The batter might have been mildly inconvenienced. I don't necessarily think that I would call that getting hit. Well, congratulations to that guy. Yeah, that was not bad at all. I would say like 4 out of 10, but still solid enough. Still solid enough to get by. That was the most random rabbit hole that we've gone down in so long on a downtime day. What the fuck were we even talking about Ashes related before that happened? We just went down such a rabbit hole. But yeah, I think my final answer, lock-in, would probably be like the halftime competition at an NBA Finals for a lot of money to hit like 4 shots in X amount of time. Or like hit a certain number of threes. Or like, yo, if they did like a full 3-point contest during halftime and they were just like, you get this and you get a substantial amount of dollar dues. Yeah, anything shooting a basketball related. Now, ceremony-wise, I don't know why I said that so weird, but ceremony-wise, I would say, fuck. Because there's nothing like ceremonial in the NBA. Like, nothing crazy like that. Maybe like, I don't know, that guy that runs out onto the field to take a picture with Messi. That'd be kind of cool. I feel like that'd be awesome. I was once hit by a pitch and had my free base revoked because they said I didn't make an attempt to get out of the way. Yo, that was the craziest shit. Yeah. We had that happen before. The craziest hit by pitch experience that I ever witnessed. Just like personally in my baseball experience playing, we had on my high school team some people that were good and some people that were not so good. And one of the guys that was not so good was up to bat. and somehow fouled the pitch directly down off the plate. It bounced up, it came back, it hit them in the face. And so they got all busted up and had to come out of the game, right? And they were like fucking smacked the fuck up. They were like sitting on the ground for 3 minutes before they finally got up off the ground and came over to the dugout. So we subbed them out with obviously a pinch hitter at that point. The pinch hitter was one of our bench players, and they were like 5'2" and maybe 110 pounds. And they went up there with the sole intent to get walked. And I shit you not, first pitch, the pitcher just nails this motherfucker in the head. The pitch was coming at his like shoulders, and he went to duck out of the way, and it just fucking snipes him, and he falls over from the fucking pitch. I didn't get hit by a pitch as much because I was a pussy. I would duck out of the box as soon as shit was looking hairy. I'll be completely honest. My batting average was fine. I was an I was like an opposite field single hitter. Good RBI guy, high average, not many doubles, triples, or home runs, but I'd get on base, right? But let me tell you, if pitcher's throwing at me, you want to brush me off the plate? Motherfucker, I'll give you the whole plate. I got long arms. My wingspan's 6'8". I can reach the other side. Shit, I'll be outside the batter's box and I'll still cover the plate. Fuck you, don't throw at me. I got hit in the elbow once. And let me tell you, it was like right here. And like I had the laces in my elbow and it hit my funny bone. And bro, I could not throw a baseball for like 3 fucking days. I couldn't do shit for like 3 days. And that was in rec league. I learned early on, baseball's fucking hurt, dog. Since it's downtime day, I want to poke your brain. The last time somebody did that, they got mad cow disease. With the Rogue, ideally you at 210 to 220 fist power, but I currently have 40% crit chance and 190 crit power. I struggle with being squishy. Thoughts on replacing my bear hide gloves with Iron Wing for the mitt? I'm not sure how to help because I only have 4.4k HP. So, at 4.4k HP, it's a decent amount, but depending on where you're feeling comfortably with your fizz power, you could always opt for the routes of something like a Basilisk Skin Tunic. I'll pull up the codex. There are a few very high functionality HP items that you can get. And like, that's, as chat said, that's a big thing with like the exchange in terms of trying to get all of your offensives in the first bucket, is like you do sacrifice a lot of defensives, especially with how powerful some of these items can be. So just from a max health standpoint, we're looking at, okay, armor. We're going to go this route. We'll do all armor. And then we'll sort by max health. Mayhaps. Stats. Okay, here it is. Beautiful. So, just immediately, in terms of gear pieces that are super high value, Basilisk Skin Tunic is 730 to 737 max HP. And I try to think of everything in terms of ratios, right? So, say Basilisk Skin Tunic versus Black Feather Tunic. Black Feather Tunic is going to be your like 1100-ish fizz power rating. You're typically going to get 10-ish power from that, depending on where you're at in diminishing returns. If you're 210 plus, you're probably going to get 8. And with that being said, that fizz power that you're getting, even with something super high impact like a Black Feather Tunic, that is going to be, you know, X percentage. If you're at 200 and you get 8 more, that's going to be 4% roughly. If you're at 4k HP and you get 730 more HP in a green, that's going to be 16 to 20% or something like that, right? So that's going to be a much larger percentage of your effective gain. And obviously not everything is going to break down to something like that, but just in terms of trade-off, a lot of people want to be like, oh, well, I don't want to get rid of this 10% power or this 10 power because I need health. I don't want to lose the power. But the health is going to help you stay alive for so much more to actually get the most out of your power. Then from there, you look at Brine Breaches. Brine Breaches are the highest HP legs in the game. Those are going to give you 565 to 569. Depending on what legs you're using, those are going to be massive. You've got quite a few options as you go down. And a lot of these are going to be very accessible and also very impacted by rarity. So you've got your Lungs of the Abyss. You've got on the ring side of things. Excuse me. Obsidian rings are a very good choice for pretty much every class. Now, if you're going pen heavy, then Glittering Spall is going to be insane. Glittering Spall is just very good for any Fizz dealer. But Obsidian Ring is going to be a raw power and a max HP roll. I will say, though, in terms of, like, Fizz damage dealers themselves, I would recommend Glittering Spalls. Glittering Spalls with the pen and the raw power rating, they're huge value. But that huge power rating also allows you to switch out other pieces to get a bit beefier. So, just across the board, I think there are a ton of viable options that you can go. So if you need raw max HP, you could go Basilisk Skin Tunic, and then depending on where your power is shaped up, oh god damn it, I clicked on the wrong thing. Depending on where your power is shaped up, after that Basilisk Skin Tunic, you could look towards Iron Wing Gloves or Iron Wing Helm in one of your other pieces to get mitigation now that you have the HP where you actually want it. But those tend to be the big three that a lot of people are hard prioing, is like Fizz power, HP, Mit. And then from there, you get your crit scaling as a complementary, but I think a lot of people are working on that trinity as their big emphasis. No have any good legs for a mage, or Brine Breach is best for everyone. A lot of people are just going to use brines. Brines are very, 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 very strong. Very strong. Seems like a build for like 20v20. Are you talking the super high power scaling that Rigo has at 230? Yeah, 3700 HP. Now, granted, you do have the advantage in most actual PvP of not having your HP telegraphed. In the PvP tournament, everyone knew what everyone's HP, power, crit was because of the graphics. That's not intended to be a thing in Ashes, and there's a reason why health bars are the way health bars are. There's a reason you can't inspect players to see their gear. They don't want you to have all that information. And they want every fight to be kind of like a spur of the moment thing, right? And I think that 3700 HP, if you're in a mode where you have a lot of a team around you, you can get away with it. I wouldn't recommend trying to get away with it, though. Genuinely. I think most people right now, and I also say right now because I think max HP scaling is going to get absolutely fucking dumpstered at some point. Something tells me that max HP scaling is going to get adjusted. I have a hunch in my pants. And we'll see if it actually does or not. But I think it will. Yo, Blight, happy Tuesday to you, my friend. I appreciate you coming through. Yeah, I like max HP scaling, but I don't necessarily think it'll be here to stay. But yeah, I think 3700 HP is extremely burstable. Very burstable. As a rogue, I'm going for Basilisk and Iron Wing, but I want to be tankier and help peel. I think the biggest thing, too, in this meta, keep in mind, if you're a damage dealer, you almost have to build a little bit tankier because everybody is focusing damage dealers right now. People are so tanky because of this self-perpetuating cycle to the point that if you are not focusing on damage dealers and you're focusing on supports, bards, clerics, everything else, like, you're at a disadvantage. And once you get the first damage dealer kill in a trade, it reduces the enemy burst by so much. Excuse me. By so much that they can no longer burst you. And it just makes your entire progression in that fight safer. So, something big to keep in mind. I think, honestly, as a tank, people have been hitting me less now than ever before. It's kind of fucking weird how little people hit tanks right now. To the point where, as a tank, I'm like, what if I drop mitigation to max HP? Just genuinely, that might be what the PvP meta shows for us. If people continue to ignore us and they just let us get in and do whatever we want, I might go up to 215 to 220 a little bit instead of sitting at 200. Sky's the limit. We'll see. If you're running brines and lungs that have 230 magic power with... He's fucking juiced. I don't know. He's absolutely juiced. What's this RMT account selling drama thingy? It is all accusations right now, and it's still shaping up. There's not a ton of like evidence right now, so to say, that's actually public. I'm sure it's being gathered and people are kind of like getting ready for that. But as of right now, a little more on the, you know, the accusations are there. Some things are kind of like, huh, interesting. But nothing too solidified yet. Essentially, the accusations are that accounts were being sold within the community, like not our community, but a community, that were OG Kickstarter packs, and those OG Kickstarter packs could be upgraded through, where is it? This progression. So you could buy the packs for $25, and then essentially what was being accused is that someone was buying these $25 packs way back in the day, bought a shitload of them, and then was selling them for $2,000 plus, so that way people could upgrade to these packs, which would get you the royalty, the hero of the people, or the avatar of the phoenix. So that is essentially the baseline of the accusation. It's true, can confirm. Did you buy something, or did you get scammed? So the accusations are essentially A, that those RMTs were happening in the first place, and B, that the person that was selling the accounts ended up scamming multiple people. And I believe it came out because of the scam accusations more than the RMT accusations. The RMT accusations actually didn't really do much. Cups of water sell for a lot more on desert islands. Sure, but if that desert island specifically has a law that says you can't resell cups of water here, then you sell cups of water, you're gonna go and get punished. It is very outwardly against Intrepid TOS to sell accounts, exchange ownership of accounts, give accounts away. You can't even through their TOS log in on somebody's account, buy it for them, and then log out. There is no way to, according to Intrepid's TOS, give an account one person to another without breaking that TOS. Just for perspective, I can't give away accounts on stream because it would be against TOS. There's no key giveaway. It doesn't happen. So if accounts are exchanging hands, it is a bad thing. And if accounts are exchanging hands in a community and people are paying out the ass for that, what else are people in that community paying out the ass for? It is a very slippery slope, I think, to try to justify or warrant that, in my opinion. And I think that this is something that will probably be, if it is confirmed true in any way, shape, or form, this is something that would be, in my guess, is taken very seriously by Intrepid. And I would assume as many of those accounts as possible would get cooked. One of the accounts either, by the way, sold the entire Discord, so cringe. So the Discord selling stuff is a little confusing to me. And we've been talking about that as well. The Discord is repurposed, yes. But in terms of like, if it was sold for $10,000, which is what the accusation is, why would someone buy a Discord server for $10,000 just to switch it over to their like tabletop game Discord? And people had said previously that it was like for the tag itself or whatever, but tags aren't exclusive to Discords. So I don't really know why somebody would buy it for that much, but 21 offers on player auction, 187 active offers, 15 accounts, and 13 services. That's just from a reputable sales source, much less Dragon Alpha. Is that just from like a G2G? Or is that like a different website? Why would you buy a Discord when it's free? A fuckload of people in the Discord and boosts on the Discord server that some people will leave up and forget about. Let's see. maybe the Discord tag or something, player auctions. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Interesting. So, is that more along the lines of like accounts being like leveled and shit like that? Because I know G2G just goes in the route of like straight gold selling. I'm like admittedly a little bit of a golden retriever in terms of this stuff. Like, I don't even know what player auctions specializes in. I don't know if it's like gold selling or services, because you said services as well. So I'm assuming that's like, we'll farm up this thing for you type shit. But yeah, no, RMTing has been crazy in an alpha, I will say. It has been wild. But the good news is, in my opinion, is that it is happening now, and Intrepid is also being very acknowledging of it in its current state. And they are making it a point to do what they can to deal with it. What's the drama just got here? And the drama's that you're stupid. Doesn't G2G sell games too? I think that's G2A. G2A is where you buy like the discounted games and like Windows keys and stuff like that. G2G is where you buy gold. Although maybe G2G also has games, but G2A is where I bought my Windows keys for like $3. So yeah, if you pay full price for your Windows, you're cooked. PA offers gold straight player to player. The item shop will be anything that drops in game, and straight accounts, then people offer services, it seems. Okay. Yeah, so a little bit of everything. God damn. Yeah, that makes sense. I paid $11 USD for Windows 11 Pro. Damn. Yeah, you got scammed. You really don't know? Oh, so people... well, I know you don't know. I know you don't know. But essentially, accounts that were bought, like, back in the Kickstarter day, a lot of these $25 Explorer accounts were supposedly picked up and are being resold for $2,000 plus, so people are able to upgrade those accounts with more money to the royalty hero of the people or avatar of the Phoenix through a person, right? So essentially a player that was a very large member of the community, very active in one of the oldest guilds, was supposedly caught up scamming more than 10 members of their guild, basically offering to sell them these accounts for a couple $1,000s a piece, and getting the money and then blocking them and ghosting them and not responding to them. So that's kind of the whole basis of it. These accounts, again, only acquirable during Kickstarter, right? So people would try to buy these accounts for the Kickstarter, and they would upgrade these accounts to, like, you know, the Avatar of the Phoenix or whatever tier they wanted to. $2,500 got you the Phoenix Initiative bundle. So that essentially got you access to, like, the Phoenix Initiative, like the instanced area. So essentially just reselling of old accounts and shit like that. Scamming players in their own community over these accounts. Accusations of selling the community Discord that they were the owner of, but selling the community Discord for upwards of $10,000. Each of these accounts going for roughly $2,000 in the accusations. It essentially, this is, yeah, Thumb, supposedly. Who did this crazy shit? Okay, we'll pull it back up. We'll pull the thread back up. Honestly, I should publish a list of users doing this kind of stuff. So keep in mind, everything here is just accusatory right now. This is just all accusations, right? But we'll go through it again. Let me smoke a bowl real quick, and then we'll run through it on Ash's Moments. I got you guys. Here, I got the thread pulled up, and we can also copy, paste, and then I'll pin it. Pin. All right. Hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec, and then we're at. Good day, I'm back. If you heard me clomping around, it's because I'm wearing my hiking boots and trying to break them in for the Iceland trip. If you don't know, I leave for Iceland in 2 days. 48 hours from now, I'll be in the sky, probably in turbulence, because I've heard this flight absolutely sucks. So, keep in mind, if you do like the content and you want to support me before I do potentially die, consider a Prime T1, T2, or T3 to keep the channel going and make sure that when I come home, I'm not absolutely broke and I can actually pay my landlord and keep streaming full-time and not have to get a job. Because you guys are the only reason that I'm able to be here streaming full-time and doing all of this. So, genuinely, I greatly appreciate y'all. And as always, any of the subs, donos, all of that stuff goes directly towards bills. Always. I don't live a very lavish life. This was a birthday present for the travel, so I'm paying for none of it. And literally, I'm only out there traveling because of you guys. What time stream tomorrow? Tomorrow will be normal time stream. Hopefully. We have to do a little bit of packing and making sure that things are all set up. I'm gonna try to be on as close to normal as possible. And then Thursday, it will probably be a morning stream because we leave for the airport at like, probably like noonish, as early as we can. I don't know what time Doug will be free at, but we gotta, no, I'm not leaving. No, I'm not leaving stream yet. No, I was just updating you guys on the future plans. No, I'm not leaving. Yeah, no, tomorrow's stream will be at a normal time. And then Thursday, it'll be a morning stream before I go to the airport. So that'll be a shorter stream. I will figure out the exact time for that one though, because I don't want to fuck your streaks before I even leave. That comes during the trip. I might swap my T3 sub over since ESO has given up. Wait, what do you mean since ESO has given up? Should stream mobile? Well, wait till I tell you that you guys get content the entire 2 weeks. That's the best part. So, I mentioned before that because of the community, I was able to, you know, do everything. I'm able to stream full time. I'm unemployed. I don't have money on the side. I'm not a rich person. Like, month to month, Twitch pays my bills because of the community. So also, because of TwitchCon this year, which was the initial only form of travel, we plan to get an IRL backpack anyways. We put up a community fundraiser and we hit that goal for TwitchCon and for the IRL backpack a couple months ago. And so we have a whole IRL backpack that will be coming out with us to Iceland. We're going to be doing a super sneaky test stream from an undisclosed channel tomorrow that you may have to work very hard to find, but you may be able to find if you work very, very, very diligently. So we'll be doing that before the actual, before my stream tomorrow, making sure that works. And then when we're in Iceland, I stream every day. I've streamed 712 days in a row. I had to cheat. Don't mind me. I had to cheat a little bit. 712 days in a row I've streamed now. The streak's not dying at any time. So basically, when Ashes is up, we're bringing out a setup that can play Ashes. And I will be making Ashes content 5 days a week. And normally I stream 10 plus hours a day of Ashes. They'll be like 6 hour streams probably. Like 5-6 hour streams somewhere in there. I'll still be streaming a lot. I'll be streaming as much as I can because I love streaming. I love Ashes. I'm still having a ton of fun with the community, growing everything that we're growing and doing everything that we're doing. So I won't be going anywhere. Then on the downtime days, we already sit here and yap anyways. Now, right now, peep this. I've got on hiking boots. That's because I didn't have hiking boots before today. And we realized that when we were looking at the itinerary and we're like checking through stuff, and Carla was like, where are your hiking boots? And I'm like, hiking boots? What do you mean? I was just gonna bring sneakers. And she's like, Dusty, you need waterproof shoes with like ankle support, because apparently we're gonna be like going through rivers and like off-roading and shit like that. Like we're gonna be actually Icelanding. So basically on the downtime days, we'll have the IRL backpack out for a few hours and you guys will come with us on hikes, on like fjord shits. Sometimes we'll just be driving around and you guys will be able to hang out and look at where we're driving and shit. If it's a really cool drive, it's going to be very fun. So I'm excited. I think that is actually going to be the longest that I've ever traveled. So I've flown twice in my life before. Invest in good socks. I got the LL Bean Smart Wool right now, baby. Main gang representing. LL Bean Smart Wool on the sockies. That's very good feedback. That's very good feedback. You're a gamer, a brisk walk down the streets, a hike for you? Dude, I love walking and being outside. Like, I live in Maine. So, like for me, I like that shit. I grew up hiking. I grew up outside. A lot of people don't know this, but my dad had an excavation company for a while. So I can run excavators, dump trucks, bulldozers, backhoes, you name it. I could probably tear up your yard and completely redo it with whatever grade you wanted, although I haven't done it in a while. So I'd probably fuck it up a little bit. But I have the capability. I don't have the machines. But all of that shit, like, I can cut down trees with a chainsaw. Like, I grew up in Maine, guys. You have to remember, like, I grew up outside. Just because I game a lot now, like, there were basically two splits. And it was 99% of people went the route of, like, full outdoors, like, like fucking chewing tobacco in their lip and Grizz green decals on their truck. And then I was like, okay, I like four-wheeling and stuff like that, but these guys are kind of loud and obnoxious. I'm gonna go play video games and basketball instead. So I had all the four-wheeling, snowmobiling, like outdoor shit. Like my fucking family was a part of an ATV club when I was growing up. We'd go on rides every weekend. So like I grew up outdoors, but I really fucking like video games because I can meet so many people from so many different places, and like it's cool being outdoors too. Like animals are dope. Most animals are very nice, at least up here. But I don't know. There's something for me, especially since I started streaming and got like the community building aspect of everything. I've really just fallen in love with being here. Do you ride motorcycles too? No, I don't want to fucking die. No, goddamn, fuck that. Oh god. Guess I'm moleskin. Moleskin socks? Interesting. Interesting. Swim to Norway afterwards, I'll make you a cup of coffee. Wait, how far is Norway? Because coffee sounds good. Don't mess with the moose. Listen, some moose, nice moose. Some moose, bad moose. Moleskin aren't socks. What's moleskin for? Motorbikes are the best. Until somebody that's driving a car and texting and sipping a Starbucks latte that they didn't know what they were ordering in the first place pulls out in front of you, and then you get Thanos snapped by concrete. No, thank you. Now, of course, the same thing could always happen in my Honda Civic, but like, I think I'm a little more well protected. Like, it's cool and all. I'd probably like ride one on like a racetrack or something and not go very fast. I'd go to like a moderate speed and let the wind flow through my nips. But yeah, I don't know. One of my favorite things about streaming is like I go for walks, I stretch, I lift weights. I do that stuff. But like I've also worked, you know, I full-time streamed starting last year. So it's been like a year and a half. And partway through last year, I also had a part-time job because New World was looking really shitty for a bit, and I didn't see a way out. So I was like, all right, channel just dies here, GG. And then channel kind of survived, and then I ended up in ashes. And so basically, I don't know, I was very frequently just working and shit, and a lot of jobs that were very fast-paced. And so, I don't know. I'm glad to be here where I can have my energy exertion be focused, and then I can just sit here and do absolutely fucking nothing because this is the easiest job in the world. And if there's ever a streamer that's like, what we do is hard, tell them to shut the fuck up. Tell them to shut the fuck up. People literally just come in and hang out and talk to us all day. And some people are kind enough to even give us fucking money because they enjoy sitting here hanging out with us so much and they want to keep us here more. If there's ever a streamer that's like, what we do is hard, literally tell them to lick balls and then give me the T3 sub instead. But that's not directed at anybody. But anyways, what are moleskins? Asmongold did? Asmongold's a butthead and probably said it to farm. Asmongold says so many things just to fucking farm, and give me all of Asmongold's subs. He doesn't appreciate them. He doesn't. Although, man, I miss gamer Asmongold. I don't want fucking politician Asmongold. Like, moleskin is for blisters and to help with foot care. Okay. Is it just like a little like sticky cover thing? Okay, interesting. Yeah, that'll probably be good considering I'm breaking in my hiking boots now. Yeah, like I've had the socks for a while. It's just the hiking boots were an acquisition today because we made the realization that I didn't have hiking boots. Unfortunately, politics drama is where the money's at now. Not if you want ad revenue. Like, hear me out. A lot of political streamers aren't making ad revenue right now. I'll have you know. Let me check how much ad revenue I made last month. Hold on. Hold on. You guys. Sheesh. You guys aren't ready for this. All right, ready? Hold on. Analytics, earnings. Hold on. Hold on. In the last 30 days, I have made $479 on ads. So a little over $10 a day on ads. Like $15 a day-ish on ads. So it's carrying, man. And all of those political streamers, like, yeah, they might have like 50,000 subs. They might have people that probably slip them tens of thousands of dollars under the table regularly, a bunch of donators and all that stuff. But do they have $479 monthly in ad revenue? No. 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 That's a portion of rent. At that point, we only need to panhandle a whole lot for rent. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. Drama alert? Yes, sir. No angry gnome. I don't tune into the stream for politics. I want politics, and I'll go check out Facebook or TikTok. I just don't like politics at all. Genuinely. Imagine what that number would be with 20k people watching. Oh, it goes up exponentially, by the way. Yeah, no, I joke about it, but like genuinely, full disclosure, I have no problem showing my financials because you guys can just do the math and figure out how much I make streaming roughly anyways. Like just full disclosure. You can take my sub count, realize that I'm a 60-40 split, and then you can do the math and you can guess roughly how much money I make and realize that it's not a lot. So ad revenue per day. If I have a stream like May 2nd, I made $154 in ad revenue for that one stream. That was the day after Fresh launch, and I believe we were almost at like 200 average viewers or some bullshit like that. We can actually check real quick. Let's see, twitchtracker.com. Now, there are a lot of things that impact ad revenue for streamers, especially like, you know, on large launches, large days like that. Oh, wait, that might have been front page, actually. That might have been front page. And not just that. If I remember correctly, I think that was when we got pulled to the front page. So that stream might look completely fucking borked. If you guys have never seen Twitch Tracker before, Twitch Tracker is a fucking phenomenal resource that you can use to view any streamer's streams ever. Information about their streams, everything. So this basically like shows all of a streamer's recent streams, all-time streams, all the way back to when they first started streaming. Sorry for the flashbang, by the way. But just documents like a streamer's growth, rises, falls, shit like that. All of that stuff, right? Shows what people have streamed, how long they've streamed. So, essentially, over on the streams tab here, you can see my streak, when it started, the last day that I missed in 2023. But, May 2nd, if we go here, May 2nd... So I'm assuming this stream is going to be attached to that because this was May 1st into May 2nd, and I ended it at 8 a.m. on May 2nd because we got Twitch front page during this. And randomly, like, because I'd applied for a different time slot, and I guess they just threw me into this time slot for whatever reason. But the Twitch front page had us at about 2,000 average. So keep in mind, this is 8 hours of about 2,000 average viewers. Total average for this stream, it was a 20-hour stream at 1,000 average viewers. And that stream, I made about $150 in ad revenue. That's the big difference between last month and this month. But most streams I make in between like 15 and I would say like at this point, probably like $12 and $20 a day in ad rev. So that's just ad rev. Subs are, you know, split revenue on top of that. I have a 60-40 sub split. So that's nice. 70-30 is achievable because they do the Partner Plus program. And if we get enough T1s, T2s, and T3s recurring subs, T3s go absolutely crazy for the Partner Plus and getting us that 70-30 split. So that's the highest sub split we can get as a streamer. Just possible. But yeah, ad rev shapes up exponentially quickly. If you are 5,000 average viewers and you stream 40 hours a week, you're probably going to be making, if you stream 5 days, 8-hour days, right? Just like say normal work week worth of streams, you're probably going to be making, I don't know, I'd say a very reasonable 15,000 a week off ad rev. Just complete transparency. I don't know if it's different in different directories, but from numbers that I've seen from people that are at that level, from extrapolating my own, that's essentially where motherfuckers be ending up. So yeah, just for perspective, that's, I don't even know how the fuck we got on that, but politics streaming. What a weird rabbit hole we went down. Yeah, politics streaming sucks. I miss Gamer Asmongold. That was the entire like start of this thesis about ad rev. I miss Gamer Asmongold so much. Gamer Asmongold was such a good content creator, and unfortunately Asmongold is a farmer now. He farms content, and it makes him so ungodly much money that he probably doesn't know what to do with it. And he'll probably never go back to Gamer Asmongold because he doesn't have to, and he'll probably do politics until he gets bored and then he leaves. And fuck it. Good for him. But my god, I miss Gamer Asmongold. 47,000 monthly instead. Yeah. I did leave Cats about a month ago. I don't even read my Discord message right back. Still doing the stream a lot. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, no hard feelings at all, man. Everyone always shifts to playing where it kind of like fits in the best with their personal like goals and everything. And I think finding where you fit in best is just kind of the best thing for people. The most enjoyment of everything, the most long-term success. So, Zine, what you up to tonight, my friend? So, the big guild drama. It's pinned up at the top too, but made like 40K in 2 days when he streamed on Kick as well. Yeah. And like, there are different kind of like goal sets with streamers, right? And I feel like to a certain point, yes, you have to make enough money to pay your bills and stuff, but I still stream with my viewers hidden. Like I genuinely stream with my viewers hidden at all times. And I don't know how many people watch the stream. Like, I don't know how many subs I have. I keep all of that stuff like just completely hidden. I would have to hover over it to see it. And I don't really hover over it much. And my goal when I started streaming was never to even be in the spot that I'm in now. Like, I didn't think that I was going to be a full-time streamer at any point. And it just kind of happened. And so I learned very early on to focus on making people feel engaged no matter how many people came through. And whenever somebody did come in, instead of it just being a spot of like, oh, one person's here, well, it's only one person, I tried to make that one person want to stay for as long as possible. So that way when somebody else came in, there'd still be that one person there. And I put so much time into trying to kind of like retain people that viewers were never really like my big emphasis in terms of the number. And therefore, earning a shitload of money was also never the big emphasis. And streaming for me was always originally something that was just very fun. Yapping to people that I hadn't met before, getting cool clips from games that I was playing. I mean, I still have clips from fucking 10 plus years almost. And over that time, I've had so many cool experiences that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And I consider myself lucky enough to be able to do it full time now. And I guess if it grows to that point, then it grows to that point. But it's never for me been the main part of why I'm streaming or why I'm streaming what I'm streaming. I mean, shit. Right now I'm in a directory that I don't even know if anybody else is in the directory. And we're talking about a game that doesn't exist today and isn't launching for probably like 2+ years. And I think that that alone shows kind of like the culture of this community. We have a lot of people that show up just to hang out and yap no matter what we're doing. We have people that show up even on the downtime days. And, you know, even today, we've had so many people with their T1s, their primes, with fucking T3s, everything. And it genuinely means the world. And I think that that is something that makes me very happy with having the size of the community that I have. Can you show us your favorite clip of yours from 5+ years ago? I have an entire montage of like times across stream, basically. It's got like some Fortnite stuff, some Ashes, not some Ashes stuff, some New World stuff. It's kind of like a mix of the last, I'd say like 6-7-ish years. Jolly! How are you, my friend? What you up to today? I mean, so we were going to use it as, hold on, I'll find it on my YouTube. We were going to use it as like a channel intro, and then we realized that it was a few minutes, and I kind of take like 8 minutes. Okay, wait. Wait. Oh, god damn it. I can't even search. Well, but yeah, I just kind of like take a little bit too much time for my starting soons. It was like 4.5 minutes. And I need like 8 minutes for my starting soon. So I can definitely show you guys this. Wait, does view time also work? The 8 days is legit. Yeah, Din, ours doesn't do images. I just reinstalled New World and played it for a good 4 minutes before uninstalling. I don't know how I got into that game before. Bro, I'm telling you, after playing New World for a long time, and after playing a lot of other things, New World just genuinely does not feel good to play. Movement feels slidey. Inputs are very delayed. A lot of things in New World are very, 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 very just not good feeling. New World was fun, but very shallow game. I spent so much fucking time over there. Like an ungodly amount of time in New World. 7,000 plus hours. I played thousands of wars. Like, it was... I agree. Shallow is one of the words to describe it of all time. I think they have so many fragmented gameplay loops that they just threw in without it being a completed loop in any way, shape, or form or sense of the word. And it's a mess. It's a mess. And like, I hope they're able to get it situated, but I don't necessarily think they'll be able to. And I also think that their player base is so ungodly cooked at this point that like, there's not much saving it. They're going into so many different avenues to try to just like throw darts at the wall, hoping that something sticks and plugs one of the holes that are bleeding. But I don't think it's going to stop. Every time they try to launch something new, it just gets less and less interest. Jolly, what you eating tonight? We went to Longhorn with my parents earlier. Carla and I did, because it's their 30th anniversary. So we went out and hung out with them. And it was good food. It was good food. I filled up fast. But we'll need more food before bed. We're packing for Iceland. And I'm wearing hiking boots right now to try to break them in. They should forget it. I mean, New World in its own right benefits them to exist. They get to work on their proprietary engine. They literally just bought a doo-doo ass engine and made some changes to it and tried to call it good. Like it is what it is. And New World has its combat system. And as much as they've cooked it over time, it is a good combat system. It used to be much better at its peak before they full fucked a lot of things with it. But you know, it is what it is. It's still action combat. It still has its appeal. No more Alpha 2 keys to sell. You'd be looking at the Wave 3 pack. So the Wave 3 pack gets you in when servers are up right now as well, Kanjin. So you'd be looking for that one. You save $10 compared to the Alpha 2 one. The Wave 3 pack will get you in starting, well, it'd be on Thursday when servers come back up. And then you would just be in all the way until the game's done developing. You guys share your IRL streaming setup because I'm trying to figure out the best cheap way to do it so I can do chest stuff. Yeah, so the IRL setup right now isn't in like a bag or anything. We're getting it set up tomorrow and doing a test stream that's going to be on a super secret hidden channel that's not this channel. You guys are going to have to work very hard to figure out where we would possibly test stream from. But if you do figure it out, then, you know, you'd be able to figure it out. So put in some investigatory work and you may be able to, you know, just piece it together. So with that being said, we'll do a short IRL backpack test stream on a different channel tomorrow before my stream. And then we'll be doing a normal stream here. Iceland, yes. Some roasted chicken and pasta. Jolly, you got enough for me? Please. Iceland, yes. Last weekend it was Vegas. Well, not last weekend. We've been home for 10 days. So technically the weekend before last weekend was Vegas because Thursday now. So Vegas was very, very fun. We went out there for 4 days and it was beautiful. It was a great time. The city was awesome. There was so much to do. The food was delicious. The people were there were people. Came back here 10 days and then going to Iceland for 2 weeks. So essentially, Carla and her friend group have been planning this trip now for years. And Carla was like, hey, why don't I just bring you along for your birthday present? And I was like, all right, yeah, fuck it, but we got to get an IRL backpack. And she was like, you can't afford an IRL backpack. And so we put up a dono goal, and now we can afford an IRL backpack. So we're going to be traveling all around Iceland. I believe we are covering a lot of the northern and then southern part of the country. And while we're traveling, we'll be stopping, you know, doing our shit early in the morning each day. And then we'll be stopping each day at different campsites. And at those campsites, when Ashes is up, we'll have Ashes streams. I'll be chilling on a setup. It's not going to be this setup with the Hermie Miller and the Sony A7 and the fucking cam link and the mic and everything like that. But it'll be a stream. And we'll be here for it. And we'll do that for a couple of weeks. 2 weeks, 5 days of that. Well, technically 10 days the entire time. And then on the Ashes downtime days, instead of me sitting here wearing my hiking boots and trying to break them in and wondering if they're going to hurt my feet over the course of 2 weeks, and I'm thinking they will, I need to walk in them tomorrow. Basically, we're going to be having the IRL backpack. We're going to be having hiking streams. We're going to be having a bunch of fun shit throughout Iceland. And I'm fucking pumped about that, personally. I am ecstatic. It's my first time flying out of the country, so I need to make sure my bags are all good. I still need to finish packing as well. So yeah, I've been procrastinating a little bit. Carla's working very hard to pack for all of us. So we appreciate her. She's a fucking soldier. But it's gonna be very fun. You can also use the phone to phone. Wait, you can use the phone to block incoming ads. We are getting an encoder. Well, we have an encoder. We have our own like encoder and router and shit like that. We went pretty relatively hard on it. I might have to get more money for TwitchCon at this point, or I might go broke. We went pretty hard on the backpack. So we even have like a stabilizer. We got a new Samsung Galaxy. Well, didn't buy it, but Carla had that laying around through work. Because she worked in cell sales when she was still in Arizona. So she had a new Galaxy. My Galaxy was an older Galaxy. And basically, we're using that for the camera. So that's going to be like a really nice camera to come with us. That'll be in a stabilizer. Really nice stabilizer. So the like shakiness of the camera won't be a thing. And then through the encoder and the router and all of that shit that we've got going on, we're doing multiple sims. So if one drops out, we'll be fine to just switch over to a second one. Should be seamless out there. Picture quality should be really, really, really good as well. We have the mics. The mics were the ones that we used in Vegas. I used them for like a couple of my streams. Now we're trying to figure them out through this, like my older phone. And they sounded weird through my older phone, but they sounded really just perfectly fine when I had them in the laptop. So I'm pretty convinced that they'll sound just fine and dandy once they're in a newer phone. So that'll be all taken care of and situated as well. But it should be some really good stream quality. I won't lie. For just being out in the middle of Iceland doing fuck all, like, yeah, I think it'll be cool. So we're excited about that. 4 days of the exciting like outdoors hiking streams, and then my birthday will be out there as well. My birthday's in 6 days, and from there we come back until TwitchCon. TwitchCon is in October this year, so Zine will be coming out to TwitchCon with us, so that'll be great. If you guys are on the West Coast, or if you if you want to make the journey out to TwitchCon, we do have multiple people that are going to be coming out from the community, and we'll probably be looking for roommates. So, just stay tuned. Let us know if you are coming out. We may be able to pair you up with someone. Do you have a solar powered battery pack? So we have, I'm not even going to lie, like a giga charger. And I think that when we are camped out, like we're specifically planning our routes each day to be around, like morning travel, morning activity, and then getting to a campsite. And I believe the campsites will be like semi-modernized amenities with like power and shit like that. We're in a tent, but like I think we'll be able to exist at the campsite. Like there'll be a place to piss and shit, and we won't have to do it in like a tree and wipe with leaves, right? So thoughts and prayers for that. But yeah, we'll still be in a tent, but we have like a giga charger, and Carla put in a ton of research trying to figure out the best things value-wise to get for the backpack. And as a result, we've got a really good setup. That charger will like 0 to 100 your phone in about 30 minutes and lose 8% of its charge. It's kind of fucked up. I bet that thing could power Hoofsy's Tesla in a down scenario. Genuinely. What are you doing for your 50th? Funny thing is, your mother asked me to help her find a funeral home and just... Anyways. Honestly, we're getting an Airbnb twice while we're out there. And one of them, she's cremated. I mean, she's in a container somewhere. You ever see how glitter's made? And they basically take, or like that shiny slime. And they take glitter and they combine it with glue. And then they kind of like just play with it and stretch it. And then you have slime. She's in a little guitar pendant. We can get a little creative. We can get a little creative. We can get a little creative scene. Either way. Either way. We're going to be getting an Airbnb that night. So it's only a few days into the trip, which is kind of unfortunate. But like the Airbnbs will be essentially like checkpoints and save points for us. So I believe we're getting 2 Airbnbs. We're getting... like we're renting a vehicle for the 2 weeks, which by the way, apparently if you're going to Iceland and you're renting a vehicle and you're planning to like off-road and stuff, you have to have certain certified like tires and vehicle heights to go through the rivers. And like there are a lot of specificities that your vehicle has to have to be able to go on like certain posted roads and stuff like that in Iceland. And we're doing a lot of that shit. It's expensive as fuck to rent a vehicle for 2 weeks out there. I learned today that it was like $4,000 for the vehicle for the entire trip. Like, what the fuck? But that's because the vehicle can't just be like a beat up old jalopy. It would quite literally die in the rivers that we have to cross to go point A to point B. So you have to rent out like a fucking actual tank over there to be able to get from point A to point B. And that shit's expensive. So I was kind of like, what if we just walked? Keep in mind, I don't have to pay for it. But it was very quickly pointed out that we are traveling a very long distance and cannot walk. So they're down horrendous. They're down horrendous. It's my birthday present. I'm getting to sit on the roof of the vehicle as we go. Wait, actually, I wonder if they're going to have cops out there or if I'll be able to like sit on the roof. Chat, does Iceland have cops? I'm sure they do. Technically could walk. Yeah, might be out there for longer than 2 weeks at that point. But I mean, like we could. We could. Does Iceland have cops? Iceland has a police force known as the National Commissioner of the Icelandic Police. They're least likely to be in remote rural areas as crime rates are low and these regions are sparsely populated. Oh wait, Reykjavik is where we're flying in. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll see the cops where we're flying in. But yeah, we're traveling through a lot of Iceland. So I'm sure a lot of the places that we're driving are probably not going to have any cops. I could probably just drive on, like right on the top of the vehicle. But yeah, man, genuinely, Corla told me how much it was for like the entire trip for the vehicle alone. And I was like, why didn't we just hit up an old person and like buy their old vehicle? Like, why not buy like a single owner fucking, you know, Chevy S10 with farm plates on it? And she's like, because we are going to be driving on like steep off-road terrain, climbing mountains and shit in the vehicle, going on roads that are dangerous and like posted for certain things. So you have to have a vehicle that's approved for this and that with like this rating tires and this height so you can go through rivers, because we're going to be going through rivers, which is also why I need to have these hiking boots on, which is why I'm breaking them in right now. It's, dude, it's like a fucking crazy experience. And apparently, even though it's summer over there, it still gets down to like 25 to 30 degrees, which is kind of bullshit. In Iceland, real estate is bought and sold through licensed real estate agents. Buyers typically conduct inspections and secure financing before making offers. Legalities involve contract signing, registration with the land registry, and payment of property taxes. Are you trying to become an Icelandic real estater? Is that your goal? Carla being safe and smart. Yes. So I very frequently say, like half jokingly, but 1,000% serious, I'm not the smartest person. I'm a big like enthusiastic person and I'm a big ideator, right? And I bring a lot of vibes. But my weaknesses involve planning and kind of like the, I don't know, boring side of things, right? And so on that standpoint, I'm just kind of weak in those regards. She's very strong at that. So I try to fill my circle with people who are very good at the planning, very good at the organization, very good at the things that I'm not good at, instead of just getting more people who are good at the same things that I'm good at. And as a result, I have to do a lot less work because I like all the cool stuff. I like being able to just yap and be like, oh, this would be dope. And then it gets planned. I enjoy it. Structure of cats. I like we should gear farm. And then somebody else made a calendar and made the routes for the gear farm and shit like that. And like, it's a nice life. It's a nice life. We love it here. They don't want you to wear the Saint Laurent fur, Zine. It's all me, Propa time. What is this Propa? Is this like a zombie for mayor Propa? What in tarnation is this? Are we actually gonna have a Cats with Abs versus Cats Guild deck before it's all said and done? That would be the craziest twist of fucking Beat 2.5. The alliance that nobody thought would sunder has sundered. Did you get electric hand warmies? Ooh, yeah, I think there are a couple good electric hand warming options that I should probably bring. We do have a couple here. So yeah, that would be good. Have you tossed a Precious clip in there? Okay. If it says zombie for mayor, you're fired. Where is it? Got some for my job. Those are really nice. Yeah, we will definitely bring those hosts. That's a good comm. What else were people saying? It is going to be cold. We have a raincoat. A lot of layers. Like, there's a lot that we're bringing, but... And I guess it's tough out there, too, because everything is so ungodly expensive. So you can't actually buy it there. So we have to travel with, like, all of our shit. All of our shit. Like, we have to have, like, our heater, our propane, like, our tank, our tent, like, our everything. It's kind of fucked. All right. Here we go. This is Zombies Propa. If it sucks, I didn't make it. I mean, in Maine, people would warm up their engines too. It's also because the heater physically doesn't like heat the car at that point. Did we end up dying? You can tell Zombie made this. Just make sure to keep the weight low in your pack. Yeah, so scene, wait. 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 Zine. Zine. Poor Zine. Poor Zine. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, Kurok, how you doing, my friend? If I pay $100 for the current, does that give me access? Yeah, so right now, we're still in an alpha. So basically, what you get access to is the current phase of the alpha and all future phases of development until the game launches. And then you also get a couple of kickbacks when the game launches. So essentially, right now, we're in phase 2.5, we're calling it. It goes May 1st to August 4th. On August 4th, we go to phase 3. Phase 3 is going to last at least a year, and these are the alpha phases. And then in that phase 3 time, the game will become feature complete, and it'll be basically ready to, you know, go to betas, get a final coat of polish on it. The 2 betas will be short beta periods, like measured in weeks. Yo, Maruku, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. We AOC posting at 3:30? Always. Always. It's my full-time job. Yeah, absolutely. Even on the downtime days, I'm here, baby. You know it. But yeah, so basically you get access the entire time. And right now it's Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday up. And then on August 4th, we go to new servers and it's 24/7 uptime. So essentially, yo, Maruku, much love, dude. 07, I appreciate you. You really be out here? Yes, Sirski, 7 days a week. It's all ashes, dog. So I'm getting ready for a trip to Iceland for 2 weeks as well. That's going to be an absolute fucking slapper of a trip. But even when I'm out there, 5 days a week of ashes content after the hikes and all the Iceland stuff when we're back at the campsite. And then 2 days, y'all are coming out hiking with me and stuff. So it's going to be a banger, dude. But yeah, even on downtime days, all ashes all the time. Literally full-time ashes content creator. So not many people are able to be doing this. So I consider myself very lucky. Very lucky. Yeah, no, so the $100 is all you have to pay for the entire development process. You're in the entire time until the game launches, no matter how long it takes, with just $100. And then when the game launches, you get your first month of game time, which the sub is $15 a month once the game launches, not during development, only when the game launches. That starts. Your first month of sub time is included, so that's $15. And then there will be an in-game store that is no pay to win, no pay to progress, no anything like that. You get $15 in that as well. So $30 worth of kickbacks. And the best part, in my opinion, it's $100, right? Which is a lot, but you get a 90-day period where you can get a full refund on your purchase no matter how many hours you played. So it tends to be a very safe purchase too. Even if you don't like it, you just get your money back. If you do want to, you can do !ashes in chat. Make your account using that link. Help support the channel. We have Propa that was made from Zombie. Made by Zombie. So I believe this is some Cats propaganda. I haven't watched this yet, but we're going to Iceland during the summer solstice. That's when the firebenders are the strongest. What? So the sun will never really set. Oh, that's going to be sick. Iceland's beautiful. I'm excited. So, Double Goon, Carla, that is my love, my boo thing, my Pookie. Her and her friends have been planning this trip for a long time, and she was basically like, yo, what if I just bring you for your birthday present? Haha, because my birthday's on the 16th. And I was initially very hesitant because I've streamed 712 days in a row. I was like, I don't want to have to break my streak and like not stream. I have severe anxiety about not being able to pay my bills if I stop streaming because I'm unemployed. This is what I do to pay my bills. And so I have this like phobia. If I take like, you know, any time away from stream, then I'm just going to come back to like 0 subs and nobody watching and shit. So she had to convince me very much to do the Iceland stuff and actually go out. And then I was like, I'm not going unless I can get an IRL backpack. We put up a fundraiser, like a community dono goal, and we hit the dono goal for that way quicker than I expected. So we got the IRL backpack. We're doing a test stream on that tomorrow before my normal stream from here. And from there, we'll have 2 days of IRL stuff. You guys are coming out on hikes. We've got a huge setup out there. So between like our encoder, our router, our stabilizer, all that stuff, the stream quality is going to be insane from the IRL backpack. And from there, 5 days we'll be doing normal Ashes stuff. I'll be back at various campsites, so you'll get beautiful backdrops, and it'll just be chilling on Ashes. So it'll be beautiful. It'll be beautiful. Can't wait to get a prediction where he doesn't go live. There won't be one. I'm going to go live. It genuinely, you guys could run a fucking squares pool. You guys could. I'm going to go live every single day until I die. So you guys would essentially be, if you started a squares pool, saying thank you for the 100, by the way. If you started a squares pool on when I stopped streaming and when my streak died, you would be betting on when I died. I will be streaming until the day I either A, die, or 2, have to get a job, and that job makes it so I don't want to stream anymore. just straight up. All right, Propa. Girlfriend is Swedish, so always nice to visit anywhere in Scandinavia and Nordics. I can't wait. I live in Maine, so like I have a lot of the outdoors and like the beauty here and stuff like that, right? But you're gonna stream the day you get married? Yeah, I'm gonna stream the fucking wedding. What? What do you mean? Can you imagine how many gifted subs I'd get streaming a fucking wedding? You guys gifted me subs for yelling into my microphone while EU kicked the shit out of every NA guild that showed up. Yeah, you guys would give subs like crazy for wedding presents. What the fuck do you mean? Shit, enough T3s, I'll stream the fucking honeymoon. Your wife's okay being on cam? She'll wear a veil. Yeah, and no, I'll make her hold the IRL backpack. So it'll basically be like POV, you're marrying me. So she'll have a veil and she'll hold the IRL backpack with the camera. And it'll basically be like you're standing across from me marrying me. And I'll make it like a T3 sub only stream. So essentially, if you don't have a T3 sub, you won't be able to get it. No way any woman is okay with that. Didn't Tim the Tatman stream his wedding? And Tim the Tatman makes millions of dollars and has a huge ginormous dongaroo between his legs. VIPs will be at the wedding. Yo, listen. By the time I get married, y'all, the cool ones are invited. I'm not inviting all y'all because some of y'all are fucking weird, but like, some of y'all can come out. Although we've been banning the truly weird ones. I don't think many people are actually weird in my chat. And I'm British derogatory. Yo, wait, Maruku, I have Heinz beans in my pantry right now. And my question is, why? Like, why do those exist over just like American barbecue-y baked beans? It's just, do you ever do beans and toast? Are you saying, do you ever do beans and toast as in like referring to it like it's Fent? Like, do you ever do Fent? Like, so I was actually supposed to do beans and toast for a sub goal, and Grumpy was one of the primary like facilitators of the beans and toast sub goal, and he got busy with work, so I've been waiting for him to be around before we actually like do the beans and toast. So it's been sitting in my pantry since then, and we never ended up doing it because, well, I didn't want to do it if the people who were gifting the subs for it weren't really here. So it was always one of those like, we'll hit it when he's back, and he's dead. Can we do a beans and toast mukbang at TwitchCon? No. No. Not a single chance. Beans on toast is pure desperation breakfast. Yo, all your island is rain, stab, stab, and bad breakfast. That's it. That's it. But I respect it. I mean, I guess it's called like a full English breakfast too when you actually have good stuff. So like that does mean at least something, but I'm convinced that's not the Queen's English. I'm convinced that's like this English, but I don't know. I'll let you take credit for it. I'll let you take credit for it. But I love a good hearty breakfast. I mean, Carla and I went out to like this diner that's local, and they do these baked skillets, and I got a skillet that had corned beef hash, and then scrambled eggs, and then hash browns, and then cheddar cheese, and then we got like a country gravy, and I put that over it. Oh my fucking god, it was so good. Okay, hold on. Zombie worked for minutes on this propaganda, guys. We gotta watch the propaganda. We gotta watch the propaganda. Mara's trying to get her sommelier license so she can be our in-house bartender. Oh wait, that would be fire. Is all wine in EU in a bag? What's up with bags for drinkables? Canada does bagged milk. Does EU really do all bagged wine? What about their fine wine? No, surely they have glasses. It's a hobbit. Zine, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything's fine. You don't need to worry.
Courage, Mary. Courage for our friends.
Shock looks fucking glorious. Non-showering players is fucking crazy. Boys, we made it. We made it right next to the camera too. We're up tremendous. We're famous. I built this entire community so one day I would be featured in propaganda. I can't wait to get my entire channel fucking sued for showing this. This shit's probably so heavily copyrighted. I'm gonna get my fucking door knocked on. Cats if P 2.5 wasn't atrophying half the player base every day.
Whatever happens, stay with me. I'll look after you.
Oh yeah, we do actually have banger clips now, don't we? Zombie yapping is wild. Zombie fucking area chatting. Zine's hyped. Zine's fucking ready. I want the clips. We want to see the clips. Feral Cats is wild. Feral Cats is fucking wild. Look at the smooth transition coming up. Oh, dude, I bet it's gonna be seamless. I bet it's gonna be absolutely, like, not even noticeable. I can't take my eyes off of it. Wait. Like, at what point are we just watching a movie? Like, are we just having a movie night right now? I feel like at a certain point I have to worry about, like, fucking Metro Goldwyn Mayer kicking my door down. One of the best movies. Yeah, I guess if we're going out in a good way right now, huh? It makes sense.
The leader.
What?
Let him cook. Let him cook. I'm actually in tears. Holy shit, I didn't expect it to be that fucking bad. Oh my god. He told me it was bad. It's
That was the worst thing I've ever
it's 3.5 minutes of watching a movie with some subtitles thrown in and a transition into like 45 seconds of clips. Oh no. This cannot be the first Cats propaganda that goes out. We have to delete the fucking VOD immediately. Dog, this cannot go out like this. Oh no. Dude made this in fucking Snapchat. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god.
The leader.
Wall.
What the fuck? Oh my fucking god.
At the wall.
Holy shit.
Look at
Cats with comms! Cats with comms is crazy!
Monarch left side, pull
I
him.
think is that guy.
No, this is the best propaganda in history.
Dive,
Yeah, Toot was getting fucked by me at this point. Poor Toot. Toot was getting fucking rolled. Oh my god. I was in Toot's ass like Toot's in mine right now. Not anymore anyways. Wait, hold on. You guys need to see this. Wait. I'm hiding my face cam. My face cam is hidden. Look. Bruh. It's just a compilation of clips, but this might be one of the best clips in human history. This might be one of the best clips in human history, chat. I'm not even exaggerating. This might be one of the best ever. Hello, good day, I'm back. Oh. Why did it just end? Why did it just end there? Okay, wait. You didn't even take like... You didn't even take the best clip of that. Hold on. The best clip from that entire fight, I'll find it right now, was... Oh, fuck. Which day was it? What day was that from? Ah, shit. I need to know which stream it was. I don't think it was that one. Was it this one? I want to say... Okay, it's this one. I found it. This is the clip that the people needed. So I'll have you know, after I came back, I was ready for violence. And I think this is it. I pulled up the whole VOD. Oh, just keep that too. So everybody's able.
Southwest. Look at southwest.
Was this it?
Gripping over there.
Got a wall. Look at left side. Look at the sunshine.
Oh yes. Okay. Here you go. Oh, fuck. Here you go. So everybody's able to kind of like choose of their choice. How'd Slacker die? Oh fuck.
I got a
Southwest.
gripping over there.
I was deafened.
Look at left side. Look at the sunshine.
I'm looking.
What guy?
I'm looking out of the rocks. That guy's name is Dong Lover.
Pulling in. Brubs.
Look at Novocaine solo right side. I got a mark on this. I got a wall on this. I walled all of that.
Good. Push in. Go deep. Dive deep on the beat.
Frozen.
Dive deep on the beat.
I pulled a cleric back into that too.
Oh my god.
Poor guy.
Look at two.
Poor guy.
Two healer. Get up with me on two. I need help on two.
Drop banner.
Push him all the way through.
Novocaine.
Is someone
Poor
laughing
guy.
because I said I need help on two? This
Poor
is
guys.
Warcoms. Jesus Christ.
Poor guys. Yeah, that was
Sunshine.
I walled all of it. Okay.
On the rock,
What guy?
on the rock.
Looking under the
The
rocks.
shit was-
I can get a wall.
Pulling in, brubs.
This was devastating.
Look at Novocaine still right side. I got a mark on this.
They were just trying their best to stay a little spread, and they just ran out of room.
Good. Push in, go deep.
What guild was that? This was Dissentient and Stoic and Violence and White Lotus. And then we got pulled up on by Fed while we were fighting these guys, and we wiped these guys and wiped Fed at the same time. And then they tried to come at us again with a raid between all of them, with Fed, Stoic, Violence, Dissentient, and White Lotus in one raid, and then we killed that. It was a good night of PvP for us.
Deep on the beach. Frozen.
Yeah, we were doing okay. We were doing okay.
Look at two.
Keep pushing.
Two healer. Get up with me on two. I need help on two.
Drop banner.
And then Win is sneezing. Nin is wheezing.
Is someone laughing because I said I need help on two? This is war comms. Jesus Christ.
And then, where's the other fight? Oh wait, this was the...
What's the people behind us?
This was a clip that Zom got. We killed the Fed boat too? Yes, we did kill the Fed boat as well. Yes, indeedly. So this was a clip that Zombie was showing.
What guy? Gripping what guy?
Get healed up.
What guy's low?
I'm looking at dude again.
Okay,
Dude on your back right. Dude on your back right. Everybody turn back right.
Yo,
Turn to the right.
this Toot motherfucker really hates to see me. This Toot motherfucker really hates to see my name coming after after those fights.
Get healed up.
What guy?
That poor
I'm
guy.
looking at dude again.
Dude on your back right. Everybody turn back right. Turn to the right.
Guys, Nova's
Turn
on top
right
of
away
us.
from Fed. Turn right away from Fed.
Sorry, there was a cleric over this for you.
Back up the hill,
We're here.
come back up the hill.
We're coming down now.
Fed is here. Fed is on the beach. All right, look Fed left. Jump down on these Fed. Push into him. They're gonna do. I'm walling. I'm pushing to it.
I gotta jump on the wall.
Right in the back. Push up. Get it. All damage front. Towards these walls.
I got banner on you guys.
Push.
Push up.
Good song.
I'm looking at right your marks. Cross. Cleric. Right crap.
Push up. Pull him in.
Cleric's
rooted.
One hit dead.
Silence them,
Move forward.
Desi.
Look at Pharaoh's marked. Pharaoh's marked.
Getting captain.
Push the boat. Don't let him get to the boat.
Pharaoh's one.
You guys are really far ahead of the group.
Yep, turn back.
Okay.
Look at pinch mark.
I tripped all.
Dead.
Virgo's alone in our back line.
Pulling kill. Kill tank, kill
We
mark.
have like 2 people behind us.
Come up to where we are. Don't fight.
Kill and then Virgo mark. Okay, nice. Good shit.
Can we beat the shit to their boat? Hey, go kill their boat.
Yeah, go kill the boat. Kill their fucking boat.
Fuck these people. Fuck these 2 people. Go kill their boat.
And then we killed their boat. And then...
That's fine.
I think they said GG after this.
Down, lot on.
Yeah, they're on the south.
Oh, I know. Did they come back out for this?
Move right up where zombies at.
Oh, yeah, they did.
I'm glad.
I think my negotiations worked.
How do you get pulled from...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember this. This is where Stomps got pulled.
Stomps back up.
Bro, Stomps, you were so far forward.
My negotiations
Well, yeah,
worked.
look at where he's standing. Watch. Stomps is right here. Like, Stomps is right here. Zombie's right here. Oh, God.
Stomps back up.
Dude, I got pulled twice.
Twice!
How? How do you get pulled from... If you're
I
behind me,
missed
how do you get
I got the swanton bomb ready. Make out later. I got a swanton bomb ready.
Just res him. They're not pushing us. Use your boats.
Yo. Any of my damage dealers are gonna be so mad. I got the freest 2 kills of my life right here. Just I'm gonna be completely honest.
I'm on height up above. Just
Look at Captain. Captain.
Me and
Captain,
Celio
Captain,
were just bullying people from these peaks.
Well, Captain.
okay.
Push
This
left side.
may-
Push left side. Get this high ground left side. Get this high ground left side. 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 Turn around. Turn. Come this side. Come this high ground left side.
I knocked them into you. I knocked them into you.
High ground left side. High ground left side. High ground left side.
I'm just
high ground
cooking their
left
back line right now. I got 2 solo
High ground
kills on
left
the
side.
back
High ground
line.
left side. Look at this high ground left side. Push this left side. Push this left side.
Look at Dango
I interrupted a
Lover.
res. I'm gonna need help getting out of this. Mac, wait for me. Mac, wait for me. Thank you. I need heals.
Get the right side. Get the right side. Get the right side.
Fed is pushing us. Fed is
Capture,
pushing us.
capture.
Look at this right side. Look at this right side. Look at this right side. Look at Captain. Look at Captain. Captain. Helmet on him. Helmet on him. Helmet on him. Helmet on him.
Cap, cap.
You guys still work on the left.
Gripping cap, gripping cap.
Cap weak. I want cap.
Look at Fed.
Tripping cap. Tripping cap.
Rooting Fed.
Wall outside. Big wall. Big wall. Feroz. Look at Song. Song is board. Song is board.
Another one frozen.
Get into their ass.
Bruh.
Right here. Look at 50.
Bruh.
Sun.
Those poor guys. Oh my god.
Song 1.
I'm dead.
Sun is dead. Sun is dead.
Look at Kestrel behind. Kestrel behind. Free casting. On the beach. Bottom left.
Dinner time. Dinner time tap. Dinner time
Chrome.
tap.
Look at left.
Nice, good shit, Axe, good shit.
Monarch and Stoic.
Clear our back line. I need axe with me. Axe with me. Zombie, I'm with you.
Everybody turn. Turn behind.
I'm rooting them.
I'm going on skull. Turn on fear. Nova. Okay, Nova. Yep, I got Nova. Nova mark. I got a trip on Nova.
I went on fear instead, by the way. Don't mind me.
Come back.
Gripping fear.
Pull back. Come back up towards Fed.
They died.
Towards Fed. Come towards Fed. Come to Fed. Look at Captain.
Yeah, Stoic is done. There's like 3 of them left.
Yep, we just killed all the Stoic. Busty, finish that. Busty and Stu, get back up when you're done with that.
Pop in.
You guys are alone.
We're fine.
Virgo is rooted. Virgo is rooted.
Run away.
Virgo, pulling in Virgo. Look at Kelly. Kyle. Trip Kyle. Nope.
I'm on a full send. I have wall. I'm going.
Go.
Walls out.
Everybody go. Go. Right Genesis.
Dead Kyle. Dead.
Push.
Yeah, they ran into so many walls of doom in that fucking fight.
Looking at Feroz. Feroz truck.
They ran into so many walls of doom.
Mark. Okay, hold on. We hit somebody with that earlier again.
Yeah, that was
I got shred.
that was essentially that. But I don't think that they had a ton of fun in those fights. That was honestly like I got my revenge for us being ass in the PvP tourney by just eating ass during those fights. That was extremely fun. Those fights were fucking S tier. We played those so well too. I like when I can just focus on ooga boogaing as much as humanly possible. It's a beautiful feeling. All right, what's TGFT talking about today? Boys, I'm gonna go help Carla pack up some stuff. I think we had 6 collective deaths. Yeah, we didn't have many. And if we're playing well, like, we have good enough players to do that. We just gotta get the reps to actually, like, do that stuff, you know? And once we do, we're good. We're good. Tank POV is a completely different fight. Oh, fuck yeah. Carla's been packing since Saturday. What does she need? Well, I need to pack. And she's been saying she was gonna, like, pack for me, but she fell asleep, so now I need to pack my own stuff. I'm also hungry. But, boys, I might go for a little walk too, because I do need to actually try out my hiking boots before we leave. So we might go for a quick nighttime walk as well. But either way, I'll be back tomorrow. First stream tomorrow will be before mine over on a super secret hidden channel that nobody knows about. And then we'll be back over here for a little bit before we get ready to ship over to Boston for another flight on Thursday. So we're gonna go say what's up to our friends over at TGFT. Just chilling, saying what's up. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night. As always, thank you so much for coming through, spreading the love, hanging out with me for yet another day. The streams will be a little weird the next couple of weeks, so bear with me. Make sure your T1s, T2s, and T3s are all up and ready to go, because for the next 2 weeks, boys, after tomorrow, we're in Iceland. And I'm gonna be streaming every day in Iceland. but it's going to be a different look. It's going to be Smash stuff, some IRL stuff, and we'll be back home after that, but it's important that everybody supports, comes through, keeps hanging out, and keeps making this possible. As always, I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for the love. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being a part of this every day. I'm going to go pack up, get some food. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.